How's it going, everybody? Thank you all for tuning in early to help with transcoding. We'll keep doing that. We've gotten it every day since we started that program, so I'll go ahead and continue going live about 7 minutes before the scheduled time. If we need to play around a little bit. A couple times I've had to turn it on and turn it off. Reboot it, get it to work. Thank you, Ben. Ben's in here with, he's got this little beaver toy, and he just keeps meowing like somebody died. He's trying to get me to praise him, thank him for killing the scary beaver monster that was going to hurt us. Ethan, thank you for trying. I'll pop in. Alright, let's get dangerous. 1 sec. Might have a crash here. Capture card. Emulating the Wii, emulating the Nintendo 64, so those 3 layers of potentially pissing it off. Fingers crossed. Ta-da! Alright. Never sure what's going to happen there. Darkwing Duck is a different game. Although I think the lessons we've all learned from Darkwing Duck are certainly applicable to Ogre Battle 64. Like, you wouldn't go into a battle in Ogre Battle 64 like, let's get safe. No, let's get cautious. Although maybe. Right. We did a suspend mid-battle. I remember what the hell we were doing. This is the system. Oh yeah, this battle. This is the cool one where you have a time limit. That's the not so cool part. But the cool part is that there are these doors that you have to open, and that's what lets you progress. Legions. Alright, back to business. We're going to start marching people to the next door here. So Hiten was en route to just murder the boss, so once he gets out of camp, camping right outside the battlements there. This is our super OP party, I believe. It's like Hiten, D-Rock, Mega Man, Serp, and Chaos Factor, although folks are kind of low on health, so hopefully this camping will catch them up. They do actually recover some hit points when they're camping, I understand it. Hey John, how you been? Good to see you again. Hi Ben. You wanna climb up on the chair? No? You're starting to climb up here. How's it going? 6 Gun, Chaos, E10, Kami, Yukipo. A lot of good Tuesday/Wednesday night. Double Witch is pretty bad. Sleep and paralysis. I think paralysis is a worse status effect than sleep. You can always... I think if something hits you, you're likely to wake up from sleep, so you could maybe get a second attack in. It's just the way this game is set up. Oh, I should close the auction, shouldn't I? My parents were in town today. I wasn't really at my machine at all. Do that right quick. Congratulations, Hiten style, on winning the auction. Aha! Send me a Discord DM if you would, Hiten, with the game you're looking to add, and I'll get you set up. Oh, I haven't watched it yet. Is it good, Yukipo? It is comparable to Fire Emblem, yeah. Right, 6 Gun. I do a lot of editing for people. I edit a lot of physics papers in my time. There was one season of Orange is the New Black that I didn't care for so much. I don't actually remember which one it was now. The most recent one that I saw was quite good, though. And these guys are just... We might get a game over here. We've got almost everybody standing on the base, so that's certainly helpful. I'm gonna have to do a field pause out here. Just because they're getting their status effects off and keeping us from getting enough damage and not get pushed back. Good show. House of Cards is quite good as well. House of Cards, the season before last, wasn't so great. But it was one of those, like, wrote themselves into a corner kind of problems. Like, the show is fundamentally interesting when it's competence porn, when the main characters are doing well, and less interesting when they're failing. But they need to fail sometimes. Like, the show wouldn't be interesting if they just always won. And that was a section of time where they needed to fail. Not as much healing as I would have liked from sleeping. Yeah, Netflix has done some stuff that's bad. Fortunately, it's just been that one round. They haven't really renewed it for a second season. Hemlock Grove is pretty terrible. It was supposed to be, the sell on it was awesome. It's like, hey, let's do a modern take on Twin Peaks. But it was... Twin Peaks, I think, works because it feels sincere. Like, David Lynch is actually a weird guy. And even though he does stuff that's super strange, like, it doesn't feel like he's trying to be strange just to shock people or get them excited. That's just how he is. And Hemlock Grove felt a little forced. Behold, this is the ultimate power. The legendary power is mine. What you have is not the ultimate power. This is the ultimate power. So the, like, actual game kind of took off in the past maybe 5 battles. You find out about the ogres and the demons and the ultimate power, which isn't, like, you know, related to ninjas flipping out and killing people. Or Big Pimpin'. See if this guy does party damage, that would be really bad for us. Alright, no problem. Way to go, team. I still need to watch some of that Amazon stuff. So this is the meaning of the ultimate power. Yeah, exactly. Even the denizens of the underworld did not beckoning. Alright, so that wasn't the end of the battle. We go transition directly into it. At least we were managing to get a heal off there. They'll probably bring back Mario Maker if they do another feature patch. It's kind of been slowing down on Twitch. I was in the position where I was only getting, like, you know, a few levels per session and going and doing event courses. There's only so many of those we can do. Hopefully Serp doesn't perma-die there. It was mid-battle, so there's nothing we can do to resurrect him. Fingers crossed, I suppose. What are you talking about, Buckin? No whammies! Woohoo! That was close. Yeah, they will come back. We just gotta have something to reinvigorate it, I think. Official patch would be nice to that end. Oh, can we not open? There we go. Seal upon humans? Metal Gear? The creator? He's like a crater. Feared the humans for their capability of gaining godlike power. He decided to put a seal on their infinite potential. Oh, this is kind of cool. There's actually a... there's a similar kind of concept in Diablo with the Nephilim. Humans are basically super powered and they try to limit their power. Like I said, it would just be Hugo telling us all this if we weren't able to recruit Saradin. I also went to a wedding where they read this cool passage from Socrates/Plato, talking about how way back in the day, like, humans used to be joined at the back or something, and that when they were two, they had infinite power, and the gods were afraid of it, so that they split us all in twain, and now we search for our partner to gain that infinite power back again, and that's what marriage is. It was a really interesting reading to hear at a wedding. I enjoyed it. Actually, Dieter's wedding. If you see him in chat, you can ask him about it. Ran the soundboard at that. It was really cool. We did a bunch of like I think his wife came on to the Final Fantasy prelude. No, not the prelude. Is the arpeggios, right? The prologue, the Final Fantasy theme. Da, 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 da. It sounds like wedding music. Right. Yeah, they added that a couple months ago, Buckin. It's pretty cool. I think some people are frustrated because they had to displace a lot of useful information to put that on the left side. Twitch fundamentally isn't a social platform, so I guess folks would rather have like the games that they're following, and streamers would rather have like their video manager on the left side there, rather than have that taken up by the friend system. But I feel like it seems to me like they need to implement a friend system to add something else that's cool in the future. Just don't know what that other thing is yet, so I'm withholding judgment. Cataphract is a super phalanx. I'm gonna have a few of those now. I think we've converted everyone who can be converted to these new cool classes. There's nobody sitting around there in old basic class anymore. I did not get a chance to pop into this game and level folks up and fix their alignments and things like that with my folks being in town, but I will do that for next week for sure. Everybody's looking good. So are these two, do these count as Elder Dragons, the Flare Brass and the Ozzy Dahaka? Berserkers and Valkyries. Yeah, I haven't unlocked the next class level for either of those two, have I? So I don't think so. If I go to He10, for example. Character commands, change squads. That makes sense. Whatever it is they evolve into, I don't think I have it yet. Maybe it's an item that I need to unlock. Stats are probably there. Oh, but I can only have one Black Knight anyway, right? So if anything, I'd want to evolve them into something totally different, like maybe... Well, Ninja Master's probably not as good as Berserker. No. I'm probably going to end up having the one. That's okay. I guess I could maybe switch the gear over from this Black Knight here in Kami's party and change that over to the super group. Some altars, pick up Serp. Hey Serp, how you doing? Fortunately did not die. Swordmasters. I don't know if I can even convert them to Swordmasters anymore, actually. I think there's an alignment requirement for them. Yeah. No dice. You just died, but you fortunately did not get zombified. I was almost certain that was going to happen. Alright, so I can go to the Blue Basilica or the Secluded Land. In the past, when I've been given a decision in Ogre Battle, I've tried Googling it and made the wrong decision every time. Kami or someone else who's played, you know which one is correct to go to. Alright, let me think. While I'm waiting, I'll unequip this Black Knight over here and switch into something else. And then make probably Chaos Factor into a Black Knight. Nulu, I love you. You're about to be an Archmage, though. Would you say Black Knights are better in the front row or the back row? They do like a spell-like ability when they're in the front row. Does it not show up in the usual list? I don't think it's that I'm just blind. Black Knight. Oh, I guess I have to select it from here. That or I'm just blind. Secluded land? Okay, thank you. Let me make sure that he's equipped with something good. Satan's Belova. Well, I like Satan. I like Belovas. Oh, that's cool. It changes his back row ability. I think he only does 2 in the front row, so maybe we do want him to be in the back. Does quite a bit more damage, though. That seems good. Freud Helm. Let's get that strength up if we can. Better armor. Yeah, that looks great. Oh, to get a second one? Alright, maybe I'll try to score that after this mission here. Do you know the actual name of the map, Kami? Does it involve, like, visiting a town or something? Sure. It's probably good that they limit that stuff, you know? What is my favorite meme? I think every meme is overdone eventually and wears itself out. It just kind of goes with the flow, but when the Shibe meme first came out, you might know it as Doge. Wow. So valiant. Such ogre. But that's been done to death now, so... I think I agree that memes are an interesting way for humans to bond, and they have been. It's not a modern phenomenon. We've had them since the dawn of civilization. The term's actually coined by Richard Dawkins. It's supposed to be like a memory equivalent of a gene, like a unit of memory that can be spread and replicate and reproduce among people. It's actually almost mimetic in and of itself that we've repurposed meme to mean an internet image captioned. Like, Ogre Battle 64 is better than March of the Black Queen in every possible way. Yeah, okay, it was a meme, exactly. If you just think of it as a spreadable unit of idea, a soundbite is also a meme. So like trickle-down economics is a meme. Manifest Destiny is a meme. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. He's about to go all Satan ham on you and kick your asses. Or have his buddies do it. I have no idea, Kami. Maybe. I was able to get a Black Knight suddenly after a mission. Yeah, Kilroy is here. That's a good one. That stupid S we used to draw in the 90s in our notebooks. Yeah, and OK is nice too, because just about everybody can pronounce it. There's not weird pronunciation barriers. I'm not sure. I think there's like 40 scenes in the game. You should be prepared. In the case of Kilroy, I think that it's the same reason people like that stupid S symbol from the 90s, just because it's easy to draw. It's easy graffiti. I think the issue with memes eventually becomes that they start to replace like actual discourse, actual conversation. It's often easier to sum up your thoughts on something by just posting a picture or repeating a common soundbite. In lieu of like, you know, actually trying to discuss something. Then it's just a brick wall. I have not found a pumpkin head yet. Oh, that's interesting, Sixcon. I didn't realize there was actually like a use for it ever. Just that it was easy to draw, so people drew it. The legendary spellbooks at this point, though, they basically have the same functionality. It's just whether or not they. There's a lot of enemies that spawn right on the side of the map there. The only thing that changes is whether or not they have a different animation, I guess. Maybe they have elemental differences too that could matter. Fukusan. I don't remember what unit Fukusan is in. Yeah, you could. Rocked. Yeah, Zavar, thanks for the host.
What have you been playing?
Majora's Mask, nice. Are you playing the original release or the 3DS re-release? The latter's kind of tough. It's still pretty rough trying to get a 3DS capture card today. I'm doing alright. Family's been in town for the past week. Sister was here over the weekend, which is a shorter time. She's a cosmetologist, so like me, it's kind of tough for her to drop what she's doing, her business for too long. It loses momentum. We've been visiting, catching up. I showed them the streaming office, played all the crazy sound effects for them. Of course. Really would like to upgrade my cleric. I'm probably going to have to force, like, duplicate the item that increases alignment and force their alignment up. I'm guessing that's the one thing blocking me from upgrading them now, is that all my clerics have really terrible alignment. Please don't walk over this building. I'll send manually, like, walk you up here. There it is. I was offline last Friday, and I was offline the week before that for actually my wife's grandfather died, so we made an emergency trip to Connecticut. It's a bad main character. For a moment there, I forgot which button was what. There we go. Oh my god, he's walking straight onto the building. Alright, maybe he just won't step on it. There we go. I think the characters, like, their pathfinding tries to find the most efficient path that allows the quickest movement, and roads allow fast movement. I love this chick, too. She's like, I'm gonna go fight! Oh, there's like 10 dudes there. Never mind. I'm gonna go fight! Oh, there's like 10 dudes there. Never mind. I'm gonna see if I can find Fukusan real quick. Gahan, Darkstar, Zap, Dio, Aznabel. That one. Yeah, this is a Nintendo 64 game. It's an SRPG, similar to games like Fire Emblem. It's probably the most well-known SRPG now. It's a little bit more strategy-focused. It's not turn-based. At least there's different segments of the game. There's this turn-based world map, or real-time world map segment, where people are actually moving, and you can pause the game, but you're not deciding movements in turn-based fashion, and then combat takes place turn-based. So we'll go over it when we get into one. There's a shop on this town. Check that out. There's the Spiky. I'll find which group has Fukusan in it. Fukusan! Fukusan upgraded, started as a Hawk person, and is now a Voltan, which is a good Hawk person. I don't know how long they're going to stay good, but they can't depromote. Let me check what's in the shop here, right quick. Yeah, I'll try to go over the way combat works as soon as we get into another one here. Gas here. Nothing new on the consumable side of things. Basically, each unit in combat has a preset action that they'll use depending on what row that they're standing in, and they can stand in the front, middle, or back row. So, for example, a wizard might try to hit them in the face with a club once if they're in the front row or the middle row, but they'll cast really good spells if they're in the back row. That's not actually the case for this game, but just as an example. So often there's a correct position for most units. Sometimes you have an interesting choice, like my main character casts a spell if he's in the back row, but he attacks more times if he's in the front row. And then combat just plays out automatically. I've got animations turned off at the moment. You see that like the healer will cast 2 heal spells. And then once everyone has performed the number of actions that they're preset to perform, the battle will end, and whoever did the most damage is declared the winner, and the other unit, the one that lost, is pushed back. So part of the game is trying to progress by moving forward. Yeah, it's cool. I would really like to see another Ogre battle game that is basically the same as this one. Tactics Ogre came out, which is more like Final Fantasy Tactics. As I understand, it's a lot of the same team that worked on Final Fantasy Tactics and the Ogre Battle titles. I guess the Ogre Battle, the IP, is currently owned by Square. But this game is already a pretty massive improvement on the SNES title March the Black Queen. It would be really interesting to see them take yet another go at it and see what they would keep and what they would toss out. Most of my issues with this game are quality of life based. Other than that, though, it's really, really good. You'll notice that I've got a weird party setup here. Why do I have a melee unit on the side? It's because if you get attacked from the side or behind, it changes your formation, which I think is a really cool design decision. I might need to stop and turn all these people to face east so that their makeup isn't getting messed up here. Yeah, Brigandine is... I think Brigandine is closer to Fire Emblem in that it's directed turn-based battling, like you're completely in control. Oh, these wizards aren't screwing around. Yikes. Can't believe we still got the win from that. Hold on, let me try to throw some Altars of Resurrection at these guys. That was Yahan at all that just got their asses kicked. So I have some Altars of Resurrection. We don't want Dio to die, we don't want other wizard to die. We don't have any healing items, we might be able to buy some real quick. The big thing with this one is having the 2 phases, movements in real time and combat. Kind of turn-based, but with very minimal control by the player. All members of you. Sounds pretty cool. I'm gonna try to heal everyone back up since they just kind of got their asses kicked. Okay, seems good. Final Fantasy Tactics. I think Tactics is closer to Fire Emblem. So is Ogre. Tactics Ogre. The thing with Tactics is the entire game is tactical. It's all, turn-based. One unit moves and another unit moves, and your movement and your action is built into your turn. Whereas this one, all of the units on the board are moving at the same time, almost more like an RTS. You can pause to assign commands, but fundamentally it's real time when it's on the map. And then battle's turn-based, but you don't really have fine control. So I describe this more as a strategy RPG, and Fire Emblem and Final Fantasy Tactics is a tactical RPG, where strategy means, long-term, major, overarching decisions, and tactics means the turn-by-turn decisions. And in the weeds, so to speak. Man, I might need to catch people back up. The enemies are starting to kick our asses again. But it's also kind of nice to not be steamrolling every map anymore like we were before. Some more resin here. If we actually wanted to use item, alter resurrection on Flareling. We've lucked out. We haven't had any really important characters get permadeath. You can res them so long as you're on the same map. The big concern that can happen is that if they die and you don't resurrect them and you beat the map, they can turn into zombies, which are basically useless units. It's effectively the same as them permadying. So you have to be pretty careful. I think my personal preference is on the more tactical RPG side of the equation. You make all the fine decisions from round to round. Just because this style could be a little bit more stressful. Like playing Red Alert 2, for example. Excellent game. The entire Red Alert series, I think, deserves to be played on stream, as does the campaign mode for like StarCraft and Warcraft. But I get like optimization paralysis, so to speak, where it's like I know that every single second that I'm not doing something, I'm not playing optimally. And you see like the pros of those games are really, really, really good at it. They're always doing something that's productive. So I think that it helps for me to play them on Twitch because it's getting me out of that mindset that I have to optimize everything. Like clearly, if I'm just staring at the map thinking for a second, yes, I'm not deploying units or building structures or mining for resources, but that's okay. Like you gotta, the first step to, or sucking at something is the first step to being sort of good at something, right? And you can't just say, I suck at this, and not try. I do have an Annihilation spell. Silver Hourglass. Question now is, Chaos Factor E10 and company going to make it to the boss before someone at our base gets rocked? If you played Red Alert before, I don't think StarCraft is any more difficult. Blizzard is probably one of the best companies at taking a genre and like diluting it to its most necessary parts. A non-RTS game, but I would be surprised if it was any more tough to get into than, say, Red Alert. I think those are the only two genres of games that I've almost entirely avoided outside of Twitch: RTS and horror. I'm trying to think if I can come up with another one, but part of the fun of watching me play horror games. Fuck you, Chaos Factor, for putting Outlast on Subblock next week. I gotta add it. Remember to add it to my Steam wishlist. I assume it's going to go on sale when the Steam sale starts tomorrow. Stain the soil with blood and bring souls to me. Nice block. These guys hit like trucks. At least these boss battles, though, you only have to kill the leader and the mission's over. I like to play the Warcraft titles, too, just to go through the campaign mode. The story is pretty neat. Yeah. You can play through the campaign without too much trouble, right? I think there's even... Is there a difficulty slider for both of them? Ooh, there's a classic weapon. How do I know that name? I don't know if Yahan's around to correct my pronunciation here. It's, Levitain? It's part of the Poetic Edda from, my man Snorri Sturluson. I think the name of that sword is, it translates to, like, damaged twig. One of many Norse mythology weapons that you see in a lot of Japanese games. Japanese really like to take inspiration from Norse. The Mazeroth. It's a pretty cheesy name, isn't it? Alright, so 2 questions. Do I go to the Tundra of Argent next, or the Blue Basilica? And while you're answering that question, I'm going to go try to find the Sable Lands and get whatever items over there. Hey, Kevin, how you doing? Good to see you. How was bowling? Most recently. I think that's what's interesting, is that StarCraft kind of has the trinity of RTS styles. I think that people will apply those to other games, where Zerg is all about micro. You have lots and lots of little units, so if you're really good at micromanaging all of your characters, you can play them really well. Protoss is the opposite. They're all about macro. They have a very small number of very powerful units. So what really matters is the big decisions that you're making. And then the Terrans are kind of a balance of the two. There's a lot of like gaming memes that have come out of StarCraft that we still use. Zerging content. Just winning by force of numbers alone. Nice. I'd love to get into bowling. It seems like fun. Some of my favorite media has been about bowling. I think I'm gonna have to Google Valiant Mantle, Sable Lands. Valiant Mantle. Yeah, turning me not last. I like going nuts on that camera. Hey Spiky, thank you for the hosts. Of course, if you guys haven't followed Spiky, please do. He's been playing Mass Effect. I tuned in very briefly this morning right after my parents left before I went live. I love watching blind playthroughs of Mass Effect. Like, in real life, I've had friends come over and be like, you should sit down and play this game on the condition that you let me watch like some weird video game voyeur, which isn't so weird anymore with Twitch. I need to experience this again vicariously through others. And I'm probably going to try tuning in more, streaming in the morning. I'm trying to look up where I can find these Valiant Mantles. Hold up. Just chill for a second. Try Sable Lands item map, maybe? Ooh, a ghost. I haven't had any random battles with monsters in a minute. No, I wouldn't be able to press the interrupt button because I don't think I want to ghost anyway. Item maps. Torn cloth. Cool. Yeah, I look forward to tuning in. Try Ogre Battle 64 Valiant. So we're here trying to get an item now, upgrade another character, and see what Black Knight. The road between Tenmal and Shichidori? All over the place here with their names of towns. This is here. And this is here. Okay. So if we just march somebody to this town, we might land it. That makes me suspicious that I already found it. But I guess we'll find out here in a second. Yeah, that sounds amazing. I really like the side quests in Mass Effect, especially Mass Effect 2. I think the side quests in the second one are like how side quests should be done. It feels like all of them add something to the game. They're unique content. It's not just doing the same thing over and over. You start to notice like the same habs, basically, like the prefab structures in Mass Effect. Like, oh, okay, this is this style of dungeon level. And the map's not going to change significantly. The second one, though, there's a lot of unique set pieces in between the different levels. It's on the road. I must have already gotten it. I'll try walking around here real quick to see if I can make it happen. If we don't get it, we'll just move on. I imagine it's not terribly brutal, the requirements of finding it. Oh man. Have you had anything... What's the craziest thing that's happened to you driving around on a random planet? Also, some of the, like, planet descriptions, that's what it was. The other day I was saying how we were playing Skies of Arcadia, and the discoveries would include just little tiny snippets of lore that could be, like, the focus of a game by themselves. But just little neat ideas that plants for, like, gaming campaign. Mass Effect's the other game that does that, is that whenever you read a planet description, they might put in some cool little thing about, oh, there was a Krogan warlord here who, like, used a laser to write, you know, I have the biggest balls in the universe on the moon nearby. Or like, oh, here's a planet where, you know, scans of the gas giant show a bunch of things that look like coffins flying underneath the winds, and you're like, man, that could be like the seed material for an entire game. That could be the MacGuffin. And just hundreds of those. I love reading those planet descriptions. They're so cool. Alright, let's see. So I'm just going to keep going up to the one up top here. Save real quick. Later, Alzavar. Thanks for popping in. Thanks again for those. Appreciate it. Leia's father. Liberate Remus. Yeah, thanks so much. End briefing. I think that Leia has to be in our party. It was no big deal. He joined us eventually, kind of. Do you both have robot arms? I've heard that that helps people get along. This is a very Final Fantasy Tactics-like scene. Really, I dig this theme. All right, let's get Chaos Factor and company on the move. Later night. Enjoy work. Thank you for the host. And see you around. Renegade is pretty much synonymous with asshole. I think that the purpose of Renegade is supposed to be, you know, do what needs to be done. Like, you know, if you had to make a decision and to sacrifice one person to save a million, that would be the Renegade decision. And Paragon is more do the right thing, the honorable thing. Do you see it on YouTube as well, Leon? Do you hear any audio? Hey Retro, how you doing? Good seeing you. I'll have to change class, they turn into skeleton 2 lives. Got it. And just by the means, that's a good way to put it. Sometimes they're... Ooh, Jormungand. That's the name of the World Serpent, also known as Midgard's Order. Encircles the world, and will be the death of Thor at Ragnarok. I don't know if they're going to do that in the movie. Yeah, it depends. Have you done any of the like story planets yet? That's where a lot of the Renegade versus Paragon decisions really rest. I think it's an interesting decision most of the time. Like the last decision in Mass Effect 1 is Paragon versus Renegade, and I think it's really clever. You could see arguments in both directions. I think you think about it like each decision they offer you is better or worse. They're not all amazing, but there are some that are very clever. And to me, it feels like a well-written decision is one where you could see the argument for either one, and a poorly written one is where there's one that's clearly the correct choice to make. And unfortunately, the games don't really reward you for going down the middle and just making each decision as you come to it. Most of the reward comes from picking whether you want to be a Paragon or a Renegade and just going all out in that one direction. Alright, sounds good, Retro. Thank you. Popping on the stream, just fix it. Twitch they're running out of time, man. They've got 8 days to finish replacing Flash video streaming with HTML5. They said they'd be done by Q2 2016, and their time's about up. So, we'll see. That might come with some improvements, actually. Ah, perfect. Combat. Cool, it's like $10. I'm just going to grab it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I guess the racist part of it is like, do you think that there should be peace among all of the species, or if humans should be on top? And we should put down others so that humans can be ahead. A punch a reporter, yeah, that's pretty famous sequence in all 3 games. Pat it with your snide insinuations. Pat it with your disingenuous assertions. Yeah, it feels like they had something good going with Paragon, but they couldn't really get Renegade to mesh in every social situation. It's almost like I would think, just don't bother doing something Renegade if it doesn't make sense. And they actually kind of do that in Mass Effect 2. Like, you'll notice that just about every conversation in Mass Effect 1, the radial conversation wheel has an option in every direction. And eventually in 2 and 3, a lot of the conversations might only give you 2 options. If it doesn't make sense to split it off that much. Yeah, exactly. The Asteroid DLC, I think that's one of the good ones. Novaria is a cool one. And again, just talking about the decisions in the context of what they're asking you to do, not what the actual consequences are. Like, knowing the consequences of both decisions actually kind of spoils them in a lot of ways. But the one at the end of the plot planet Novaria is cool. Let's see, what's another good one? The one at the very end of the game, like I mentioned. A lot of the ones in Mass Effect 2 are really interesting. Mass Effect 2 is more like a JRPG, and it's very like character squad building focus. So rather than the missions being a lot of plot and setting building, it's like let's explore the backstory of character A, or let's explore the backstory of character B, and so on. Yeah, we must be lower level because we're actually getting a significant amount of XP in these fights now. And we're not just, trouncing them in one go. It's kind of nice, actually. Skies of Arcadia is interesting because it doesn't really do that, right? It's a very setting-focused game. We haven't really gone and done, hey, let's do Aika's backstory, and let's do Fina's backstory, and let's do Gilder's backstory. FF6 is, I think, the epitome of that, where, yeah, there's a big overarching plot that's moving everything forward, but you do spend a good chunk of the game exploring each character that you meet in the ensemble cast. Like, this is the Setzer part of the game, this is the Sabin part of the game, this is the Cyan part of the game, and so on. That guy's got a rad looking, he must be a Lich. I don't think I've seen that model before. It looks gnarly. Nice. Living that dream. I think that's pretty much how Andrea handled it, is that in those little rando conversations she was kind of an asshole. Or she was not an asshole in the little rando conversations, but she usually made the renegade decision when it was more zoomed out. The big ones. Give me your Lich hat. I am your father. Okay, that also works. Well, there you go, Leia. You don't have to fight your dad. I'm guessing that's a bonus scene, provided we still have Leia in our party and she didn't, perma-die or anything like that. Let's see. Master, Cataphract, nothing new here or here. It's okay. I might see about using some of these. We have a bunch of Scrolls of Discipline. I guess I don't think I've done the duping yet. Yeah, exactly. No, I went to Tundra. I have to pick now between Blue Basilica and Barfeth. Is there one that I should go to rather than the other one? I would very much like to get a princess. That would be awesome. Princesses are extremely powerful in Ogre Battle. They give all of your other units one additional action, which in a game that's based on how many actions do you get? Pretty OP, as they say. Blue Basilica. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you'll notice that the big decisions tend to give you way more points in whichever direction you picked. I was much more of a Paragon player. Andrea doesn't know what happens in the Paragon playthrough. She primarily did Renegade, so she always gives me shit. You always make the stupid decision. Hey Propagable, how you doing? I feel like games that are based on like making moral decisions, you have to be really careful. It's very easy for it to evolve into like, do you want to be Jesus or do you want to be Satan? Like, there's not a lot of subtlety to it. I think that, you know, do what needs to be done, humans first versus, you know, let's include everybody, try to do the right or honorable thing, even if it has bad consequences for us, so we don't lose sight of who we are. It's an interesting idea and concept. It's just hard to deploy it to everything. I don't know what other, like maybe Law versus Chaos could be interesting. Kind of a similar concept, though. Probably need to get some more, distribute some more Altars of Resurrection. I think I'm running low on them. Just around in big trouble if somebody dies in the middle of the map. Get to marching. What's new? Not much. Check the vision projector. I think it's just the march we want to go on here. Apparently my parents remembered Shenmue, me playing when I was a kid. I forgot that I played that with my sister Robin. She's like, do you still play that game where you're like a Japanese kid going around being polite to strangers? I'm like, I totally did. I played it on Twitch. It was awesome. I had a bunch of people who had never seen it before who tuned in for it. But I think that Shenmue might be the perfect game to watch somebody else play through on Twitch. It's like, you really don't need to go to the trouble of tracking down a Dreamcast copy or playing it on an emulator. Like, you'll kind of get the general idea if you tune in for 45 minutes per day. Excuse me, what can you tell me about the language of Chinese? Which drink should I buy? I love these. I still stand by my, it's the most amazing, most awesome, most rad, most boring fucking game ever made. Yeah, right, Kevin? Oh, I thought it was cool that they remembered that game and stuck out for them. It's a joy. I know, right? Yeah. It's boring, but I like its flavor of boring, if that makes sense. It's not a visual novel, but it's almost a visual novel. I don't think I've played anything else that's anything like Shenmue. It's in its own genre. It'll be fun when we do Shenmue 2 on stream, but that one at least, I've played Shenmue before and enough to remember most of the story, but the second one I have no idea what I'm in for. I'll be blind. Maybe we'll be able to finish it by the time the third one comes out, too. Still not entirely convinced the third one's going to be a thing. It's been in development hell for so long. But we shall see. The big limiting factor right now for our progression through a map is whether we have to encamp or not. That sounds really cool, Leon. I'll have to look that up. I heard it. Hey, Sir Anderson, thank you for the host. How are you doing? On with Dark Souls 2. I'm not going to be playing that till Friday this week, but I'm kind of itching to get into it. I should have recorded it. I was playing Dark Souls with the first one, my sister, when she was in town, because she wanted to see it. Her commentary is very funny. She was getting so pissed at me. Every time I would die, like, and lose my souls, she'd be like, you ain't got a plan. What you doing? You ain't got no plan. Letting your souls go. Bad dudes, welcome. I was waiting for you. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I'll check it out. Does it all take place in the booth, too? I love stuff that's just weirdly compelling. Like, if you just described it to somebody, the bullet points of it, it's like, that. Why would I want to watch that? But then you do it, and it's actually really awesome. Katamari Damacy is like that too. Like the back of the box description for Katamari is like, you roll stuff up. Okay, it's amazing though. This party is my OP group. 2 wizard-like characters that do AoE damage. My sister is very inappropriate. I told her if she wanted to do a stream, we totally could, but she'd probably have to watch her language. Like, you think Andrea's bad? Oh, right. You can beat that fight, though, can't you? The Asylum Demon? With the broken straight sword or whatever. I think you get his sword if you do it. Just a pain in the ass. It's always in the booth. Fantastic. Leaf sword. Yeah, we'll do something with Robin eventually. We just didn't have time for it this weekend. Maybe if we bring her out here just by herself. Yeah, I'd probably have to turn on the adults only. You get his club if you beat him. That's cool. Birth in Danica. One reports Danica ate the fruit of the Netherworld. By doing so, both her body and soul... Okay, so it's kind of like Adam and Eve. Oh, I see. Sure. You guys are probably like Robin. I posted a picture of her. We went to like they do this concert thing in the summer in Los Alamos. There's like this place called Ashley Pond. It's like technically it should be called Ashley Pond because it's named for a guy named Ashley Pond. Anyway, they do a concert there on Fridays, so we took her there. Got a picture, put it in the Marsted IRL channel. No, I didn't see it. I've been busy with my family off hours all week. Did you send it on Discord? I'll have to take a look. I don't think we'll do any adults-only games. I think those are all... First of all, I'm not interested in playing them. Second of all, I think they're all banned on Twitch. Adult language, you would... Very, very strong adult language you have to deal with from my sister. Cool, I'll take a look at it. Alright, so now that I've done the Blue Basilica, what do I have to do to get a Princess Kami if you're still hanging out? Try to look at my class list here. Quake is 20 years old, wow. That's scary. Final Fantasy VII is about to be 20 years old next year. It's the one game that I can always remember because it was 97. Clemona? Clemona. Today I wasn't going to do Monster Hunter multiplayer, maybe like for 30 minutes or so. I would just like to push through the main single-player story for a bit. Unlock some more stuff. Do I have one called Clemona? I don't know if I do. Do I have access to it already? Piedmont, Dardanelles, Gulas Hills, Romulus, Tremos, Temple of Birth. Oh, I see. It's like a Temple of Eve. Sure. Sacred Land, Tundra, Barfoot, Lathium. Maybe it'll unlock later as we progress to other places. Those of you are saying that it's inside the Basilica. Yep, okay. Understand now. Thank you. There's a shop there, too. I have no idea. After we beat Ogre Battle, I'm going to be playing the very last game of my old... When I first started the server system, I had a bunch of games come in, and I've been late in getting to them. Outstandingly late in the case of Ogre Battle 64, and Albert Odyssey, which is a Sega Saturn RPG. The other games from that old system we've finished beating, The Secret of Monkey Island, which is actually pretty short, and Silent Hill 2, which is fairly short. Hey, Sortus, what's groovin'? What's groovin', bro? How was your day treating you? 'I found an axe, I found an axe, I found an axe, hey, 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 hey. And once we finish Albert Odyssey, we'll have that time open back up Wednesday. We'll be back to being an all-day free-play affair. Probably be a mix of Mario Maker and Monster Hunter. I'm also considering converting over to Monster Hunter Generations. I'll keep doing Monster Hunter 4U in the meantime, just to kind of get more familiar with the gameplay style. But it would be nice when Generations launches, folks will more or less be on the same page, or more likely to be on the same page. Takeout versus shopping. I made my truffle mac and cheese before stream today, and I reheated and had it for dinner. Googled Noodles and Company truffle mac copycat recipe. If you're interested. Pretty good. Get some truffle oil on Amazon, a pretty big bottle of it fairly cheaply. Aww. Icarus, so soft and furry. Cannot be denied. Andrew will cook me sometimes. He's like, "Aw, who's a kitty? Dylan, who's the kitty?" And I'll be like, Is Ben the kitty?" He's like, "Yes, Ben is the one who is the kitty." Okay. Hey, HCL, how you doing? I feel like Ogre Battle would pretty significantly benefit from a fast forward or slow down system, in addition to the live pausing. Seems like it'd be cool if Square revived this series and took one more stab at it, since they improved just about everything. And it has some really cool ideas, like the soldier and legionnaire system. Apparently they're not particularly useful, the legionnaires or the legions in this game, but I could see them changing in the way that they are. Okay. Check out the shop first. Whoa. All kinds of shit. Apparently all of which I already have. Huh. My bad. Right. What's up? What First, I fell in love with a maid from the south. I promised her I would give up my title and run off with her to live in the south. As I look at my promise, because I only need the life of affluent nobility, I feared the peasant's life. Father shoved in my place. He chased her away and she went back home to Albo. That's a bummer. Yeah, that's a bummer. That's cute, HDL. I feel like if I were able to cook in such a way that we consumed all of the ingredients that I purchased, 100% of them, then it would be cost effective. But since usually the leftovers don't get completely eaten and having to get thrown out, or we don't end up using all of the ingredients, it's pretty cost comparable to buy frozen versions of the same thing. Certainly. So I'm guessing I have to go to Alba now with this thing, Kami. Package for Gilda. Hey, True Dauber, what's groovin'? You can see him. Where Alba at? Saw it earlier, so I know it's gonna happen. Crossroad, enter Alba. Try Googling package for Gelda. Oh, it's not here? Oh, okay. Disregard. Boolum. I wonder how you'd find that normally then. We're unlocking a really, really strong bonus class. Yeah. Could also be better about actually using leftovers, you know. Oh, it looks like my bot just went down and came back up. We can try again. Happens sometimes. Walking briskly, walking to the town. Get my stuff on. Yeah, we had a Google Shopping Express in California. We can't get in Los Alamos. It's too remote. It was pretty tits, as Andrew would say. We never had to go to Costco. I really like Costco, but I don't like Costco in the Bay Area because it's super packed all the time. It's very stressful to get around. Oh right, I have to select the character to get in there. I'm not going to be doing multiplayer today, I don't think, Dauber. If I do, it'll just be like the last 20 minutes or so. I wanted to get a little bit further in the single player, but we'll bring back multiplayer next week. I should be able to add an extra 30 minutes on next week as well. So it'll be a 5-hour stream. Must be hard to find this without a guide. The other person points you towards Alba, but maybe there's somebody else in Alba that points you in the right direction. Yeah, the ranks in my bot, there happen to be just as many ranks as there are bosses in Chrono Trigger, plus the Imp, which is like one of the first enemies you encounter. So it counts up towards rank 1, where rank 1 is the secret boss after the end of the game, and the Imp is the very first rank. So we said Zenobian Border L, which is right here. L, not terribly far. This person's probably going to give me a tip too as to where we want to go. guess when you prestige, if you want to lock yourself in on a rank, you can probably do that. Let's see. Masamune is a sword in Japanese legend. It's actually, I think it's the swordsmith. But he also makes a sword. That's his namesake. Shows up in a lot of games. A lot of Final Fantasy titles have it as a late game katana. It's a very significant part of the story in Chrono Trigger. You fight Masa and Mune as two different entities, and you fight them together. Yep, that's Sephiroth's sword as well, that's correct. There's a cool legend about Masamune, the Holy Blade, and was it Muramasa or Murasame? One of the two is the Demon Blade. So it's like you put Masamune in a river, and all the leaves in the river will float around it, and if you put the Demon Blade in the river, all the leaves will be cut precisely in half. Highlands of Southland. Later, John. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. I guess they make this very hidden so that you don't stumble on it and make the game trivial. I had 2 princesses by the end of my Super Nintendo Ogre Battle playthrough, just through blind luck. I got one in a really early map, the item to convert to it. Tristle, yeah? Where Tristle at? Oh, there you go. Short walk. They don't need to camp in it. Hey, thank you for the follow, Van. How you doing? Happy Wednesday/Thursday. Keep thinking that you just select a town, that's what you go into it, right? Not appear to be the case. Zelda passed years ago. It's gonna give you the package then? So I'm gonna go back to the place that was in the Basilica. Yeah, I'm excited to do Tactics Ogre as well. I'm a little bit more of a fan of the tactical RPG versus the more strategy RPG style of this one. So it'll be fun to see what that's like. With the same team making Final Fantasy Tactics, I'm excited for it for sure. This game already is just way, way, way better than March of the Black Queen. It's improved on just about every way. But I'd really like them to take another stab at this particular style of games. I think I'm going to have to... Lamona was a long enough walk that the main character ended up getting camped on the way. Let's see. Maybe we'll luck out and get into like a fight with a monster that we can recruit. So I'd like to get a griffin or something, or maybe a couple more hawk people so I can make a unit that's all flying characters. We're unlocking the princess class here. Very, very strong. Yep, we already played through March of the Black Queen. This one I've got VODs up for it on YouTube, games.marcel.com, if you want to check out the titles we've played so far. Ogre Battle will be a regular feature each week until we beat it. I really like this composer too. He's done a lot. The Ivalice Final Fantasy titles. What else do I know him from outside of Final Fantasy and Ogre Battle? I think just Google him, I suppose. I think he does I usually like really, really like melodic video game music. I think he does Sakamoto. So he does orchestral really well. Let's see what games that he's done that I've played that aren't Final Fantasy. Oh, he did Odin Sphere. There's a sweet game. Odin Sphere is super weird. Valkyria Chronicles. That makes sense. That's right. I think a lot of people have done... There's a bunch of composers on Terra Battle. Uematsu is one of them. Super Back to the Future and Gauntlet. Valkyria is the one that I've played most recently, that in Odin Sphere. Back to the dance. I guess he did it for Legend of Legaia too. Which is interesting. Along with Yasunori Mitsuda? No shit! Mitsuda is the Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross composer. I had no idea that they worked together. I kind of want to check out what's going on with the Legaia 2 soundtrack just to see what that's all about. Bordeaux and the Ten Plains. Okay. Let's pop in. Hey, what's up, dude? Oh, that's okay, I can take care of it. Retro, thank you. Is the Dream Tiara. It enables females to change into the princess class. Wow, he was really like straightforward about the mechanics of this item. In a game that's almost like goes out of its way to obscure mechanics like that from you. Right, so why else? I've got the item that I need to make a princess now, so what else do I need here? No one meets the requirements for it. So they need something more than just the crown to do it in this one. I could see that being what's up. I see. Wow, so nothing would really point you in the direction of this place, huh? Alright. Go in the Ten Plains. Oops, didn't make the Hugo report. Hugo report is very similar to a lot of the details you can get at bars and taverns in Final Fantasy Tactics. Alright, so we're going to Bordeaux, which is not a long walk. Might actually luck out and get into a monster fight forest here. I think we've been here, got monster fights before. Or he could just, you know, take the road and not take the straight path. The AI must think it's faster. Perhaps it is faster. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, it seems like the character pathfinding is fairly smart, you know. Oh right, you said that, didn't you? Sorry, I'm almost done. Do I have a character in this party that I could? Maybe this party can't have someone other than the main character be the leader. That wouldn't surprise me. Commander of battalion cannot be changed. Alright, well, in that case, we'll just send somebody else out. Dragon Tamers are female. Is that right? Some of these. Not much, buddy. Is there anything on the horizon that's big for strategy or tactical RPGs? I feel like after Fire Emblem Conquest, I haven't heard of anything big that's coming out anytime soon. Bubble tea's delicious. Andrew's a really big fan. We don't have any options for it out here. Maybe if we went down to Santa Fe. There it is. Yeah, D-piece. Untold story? Oh, interesting. Bolt of Silk is available on the 15th of every month. Okay. Wow. This is a wild goose chase, isn't it? Okay. Dardanelles. Okay. No, it's... There is no way in a bajillion years, I feel like, that a person just playing through this game normally would ever come across this. Oh, it takes 2 days to travel here? Shit. Well, I have to figure out a way to land there in the right timing. 3, 4. It's 5. Go to 8. It's too much. Try this though. That's gonna be 14 or 16. That plus 4, and this is plus 8, I think. It's 5. Oh, I see. I forgot that once you go to the map, that dates are still passing. Okay, hold on. That gives you time to walk there too, doesn't it? How long does it time for full days to pass in battle? If I go in on the 10th, am I gonna have to like AFK for a long time to get there? I'm trying getting it a little bit closer. Hold on. There, that's much better. Let's save in case we screw something up. Melfi. Might actually take that opportunity to run to the restroom then, if it's going to take a while to get there. They came out on the 13th, so it's going to have to say days 02 for it to become the 15th, I think. Okay, we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Throw up the BRB while we're waiting for time to pass. Enjoy the riveting sequence here of waiting for days to pass in the battle map. And the actually quite good music from this level. kitties were upset that I got up. They assumed that it was for me to feed them. Hey, hey. You got it. Bolt of silk. Okay, will do. Alright, where are we heading now? About 64. Bilney, 10 planes with a female leader. Okay. That this time. Bilney is all the way south, so let's dispatch the DPs and head down there. Since this like fetch quest isn't terribly interesting, we already talked about E3. I mentioned how stoked I am for The Last Guardian. I'm really not even sure what kind of game it's going to be. It looks like it's mostly a puzzle game at the end of the day. I don't know if there's ever going to be a combat system. It looks like it's more like Eco than like Last Guardian. I still need to play through Eco, so when that launches in October, I might do a quick... I think Eco is pretty short. It's like Shadow of the Colossus. It's maybe 8 hours, depending. Might be a little bit longer since it'll be blind for me. We might knock that out real quick before it comes out. Hey, Jahan, how's it going? Good seeing you. How's your almost Thursday coming? Yeah, honey is a pretty good one. Monster Hunter X, not the same as Monster Hunter Generations, right? Sornus? Excuse my ignorance. Sure. We Final Fantasy VII in the club. I wanted to be soft and to shimmer. So, we didn't have a wedding, my wife and I. We just got married at a courthouse. Instead of spending a bunch of money on a wedding dress... okay, that one's a little bit less on the nose. Like, it's made to make you look like a princess. Instead of like, you can use this to switch to the princess class. Anyway, she didn't want to dress, obviously, since we didn't have a wedding, but she wanted to get a really expensive, like, fancy coat. So she has this Burberry coat that she calls her wedding coat. And she said it was her dream because we went into the store and the guy at Burberry come and said, you know, guessed her size just by looking at her. She's like, man, that only happens in movies. Anime Check was the Japanese name for it. Gotcha. Awesome, Jahan. Remind me of the release date for Monster Hunter Generations. I'm gonna see if I can, pick it up so I can have it right when it comes out. Nope, not yet. So you said, where's the last place? Gulas Hills, southwest of Belizappo. Man, that is a town name right there. Oh, so soon. Okay. It appears to have all the same mechanics as 4U. There's nothing really crazy or new. Coolest. Belizappo is right there, so it must be... I'm not actually sure if it's going to be on this side of the river or not. Maybe try here first. I'll just send 2 people out. Oh wait, maybe that answers my question actually. The moveset customization is kind of cool. So it's like you have additional... It's almost like having talent trees in a game like World of Warcraft, where, yeah, you're a paladin, but you could be a healing paladin or a retribution paladin or whatever. Now, what are you playing? Evo starts on the same day. I keep letting myself. I keep reading that Evo is like a esports competition and not. It is Battle Fan. Keep looking out. Not the Enix title for the Super Nintendo that desperately needs a sequel. Needs an entire franchise. The Evolution RPG, where instead of experience points, you earn evolution points and can evolve from a fish into a frog. It was freaking rad. Love to see another take on it. That's not Spore. Alright, so it doesn't show up in the class list. Sure I don't need a fourth thing? Or some other requirement to be able to convert to it? Or does it just trigger when they're equipped with all the necessary items without showing up in the class list normally? Try that too. Stoked. That's stocked. Alignment 70 or more. Okay, that explains the problem. I'll just go ahead and do that. I needed to up the alignment of some of my cleric characters anyway to make them less shitty, so... You guys get to see the item duplication glitch in this game. It's actually kind of cool. So what you do, and I've done this off stream quite a bit, you go to a unit, you go to carry item, right? And you put an item that you want to duplicate in the final slot. I'm going to do this scroll of discipline, so it increases the alignment of a character. And what we're going to do is we're going to confuse the game. We're going to remove a character. Each one of these characters contributes like item carrying slots to the party. So we're going to remove a character that only has one slot. In this case, our cleric Apex. So now the game is confused. It's like, what happened to that item you were supposed to carry? So we're going to go... It's under unit commands. We're going to go down here to back. Part of the glitch is you have to leave the bottom slot empty. We're going to take it back and notice that now it says we have 55 scrolls of discipline when we only had one. It's basically, it's done a rollover. It's gone negative and it can't actually go negative, so it just goes to the maximum 255. Then we'll go to item commands. We're going to go to sell item. We're going to go to scroll of discipline. We're going to sell 2 of them. Which finishes maxing it out. We're going to close out. Come back in. Let's go ahead and put a cleric back in that party. Alright, and now, in theory, we should have a whole shit ton of those items that increase alignment. Yep. I'm not sure how many we'll have to use, because we're going to watch that little scale there, try to boost them up to lawful. We've been doing this with level items primarily. You can see if I scroll up to maybe item here. Yeah, champion statuette levels up a unit. So instead of having to grind on stream, I've been duplicating the champion statuette and then leveling everybody else in the game up to the same level as my highest level character. It takes a while. It looks like this one doesn't give you a huge boost. Oh wait, now it says lawful. Maybe the display doesn't change if you're on the same character. Let me see if I can produce that here. Yeah, maybe you have to like close out to get the thing to display correctly. Let's see if it shows up in our list class now. Not yet. Yeah, that makes sense, Jabber. That's cool. There's a similar one in Demon Souls. I wish they would patch out. It makes it really hard for me to want to farm anything and go for the final unlock in that game. Hey, there it is. And we've got Priest and Princess. Okay, so let's go ahead and do Princess. And then we'll try to make more people into Priests. I might not actually want Apex to be the Princess, so we'll have to see what her abilities are and then change it out. Character commands. Can I just do like unit status somewhere? Like I just want to see like what their abilities are, but I don't think I can see that very easily. Maybe under formation. Take Apex ass to Red Lobster. Thunder Flare, Lightning, Lightning. So it's aggressive. We don't want it to be in a party that we're not using aggressively. So we can switch this one over to a Priest. Priestess, I suppose. Okay, so the next goal here is we're going to go and upgrade the alignment of all of our clerics. And we're going to change one of them. Well, let's see. I could change Mega Man into... I'd have to pop the alignment all the way up. I could change Mega Man into a princess and then change... who's the cleric in this one? D-Rock into a priestess. Let's do that. Indeed, Zapdos. They have to be the group leader? Okay, thank you for mentioning that. Mega Man, you're about to be the superhero team group leader here soon. It looks like you have to close out of the organize menu for the alignment changes to actually have a noticeable effect. You can see there where it says D-Rock in the top left corner, there's these scales and there's a C that means that it's still chaotic. It will change to lawful, but you won't see the scales tip and they won't have new class options until you leave the map and come back into it. And Mega Man, you're the chosen one. You get to be the pretty princess. I'm not going to worry too much about upgrading everybody else. I'll do that off stream. Me spamming duped items to up people's alignment isn't terribly fun. Fiasco is the closest thing to LARPing I've done. I'm sure you've all seen the... I don't remember who posted it, but there's like a nerd hierarchy. Everybody justifies their nerdiness by saying, well, at least I'm not as nerdy as this person. If somebody who plays Madden games, like, well, at least I don't play RPGs. And somebody who plays RPGs says, well, at least I don't play Dungeons & Dragons. And somebody plays Dungeons & Dragons says, well, at least I don't LARP. Like, at the end of the day, whatever you want to do to have fun that's nerdy, you should do it. But that's the only line that I haven't crossed yet. It's tough. It's like, the thing that I would like to see is how can you have a system that prevents LARPing from degenerating into cops and robbers, right? Like, I shot you, no you didn't. I've got super bullet armor. I think that there are certainly LARPing systems that have rules for that. And I think that they're most appreciated by people who are good at improv anyway. Improv isn't about, I shot you, no you didn't. I've got super armor. Improv is yes and. If you have that as a mode, I think you can have more fun with it. There's a pretty funny clip. Look up Liam Neeson, improv comedian. I forget the name of the show. It was Ricky Gervais was on it. Or ran it. He's just really failing at improv, and it's really funny. Here's an improv situation. You be a doctor, and I'll be a hypochondriac. Ding ding! Hello. Oh, it's you again. What do you mean it's me again? We've never met before. That's awesome, Sardis. Good for you. Yeah. No, I'm not. I just think it's a funny hierarchy. Yeah, you're right. So it's cyclical, random. Exactly. Yeah, if someone wants to find the Liam Neeson thing, it cracks me up every time I see it. Alright, I think we have to dupe this one more time to finish. You need to use a lot of them. New question though. Does the priest get 2 items? Okay, no, still gets 1 item, so we can still use her. Alright, so carry item. Scroll of Discipline. Final slot. Remove Hapax. Carry item. Oh shit, where'd that item go? What we gotta do? I think you can do this twice as fast if you have a character that can carry 2 items and remove them, but I haven't messed around with it. I don't use it enough to warrant like trying to automate it. Oops. I recommend tabletop RPGs. I think especially if you're familiar with like RPG video games, that you've got a strong enough connection for it not to be intimidating. And if you have a good dungeon master or game master, depending on what game you're playing, you shouldn't have to know anything about the rules. Like your DM should be able to fill all that in for you. You should just be able to say, I want my character to do this, and your GM should be able to convert that to rules. So don't let the rules side of it be intimidating. Level 99 party, yeah. That makes sense. Does anyone do a no glitches speedrun? Well, my guys might be getting some drop frames. I'm keeping an eye on it here. It's dipping into 0 kbps every few seconds. Profit, exactly. I want to up the rest of my clerics, but it would take too long. We took us like 55 items to get somebody up to get 3 people up to lawful. A little bit more than that. It's a cool glitch though. I don't usually use glitches in games, and I don't speedrun stuff, but I love reading about glitches in games. It's kind of cool to see how people eke every last drop out of the engine. Yeah, they'll probably keep dropping for a little bit. Whenever you see me dropping frames, that's usually a time when Comcast would have just dropped the stream before, so... Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. You all should watch that, it's too funny. That's the one. AIDS might be a bit of a touchy subject for improv comedy. There it is, alright. Back out and head back in. Okay, so congratulations, Mega Man. You're a pretty princess. Not insignificant amount of work went into making you a pretty princess. Yeah, right. Alignment management is a cool idea, but honestly, I'm not sure if it's fun. Yeah, it's fine. We're not evil enough to be sorceresses anymore. There's too many invisible mechanics with it, I think, is part of the problem. I don't know how to do the character alignment system better, you know. I think it's because it feels like there's a lack of choice, or rather that for you to make the choices, you have to really be microing really hard. You can't just be kind of casually playing through a map and manage to keep everyone's alignment where you want it to be. You kind of have to go crazy, inspect every enemy units, make sure that the alignment matches, look at every single town. Like, maybe it just would be a UI thing. Like, if there was just something on the UI for a unit that was just like red or blue, depending on whether chaotic or lawful, you have that for every town, you have that for every enemy unit, and for every friendly unit, and you make it's redder if it's really chaotic, and bluer if it's really lawful, and maybe purple if it's in the middle. So you can just have a visual at a glance and make the spot decision. Yeah, that makes sense. No, FF Tactics has been developing it since then. Oh, I see what you're saying, Sornus. Gotcha. Alright, should I be going to Latium or Barfeth next? Double check, make sure all my units are where I want them to be while I wait on a response. Yeah, right. They got rid of alignment entirely from Final Fantasy Tactics, though, which is too bad. I like the system is cool. It has potential, I think. Slow special time, that's cool. What other party am I most likely to send out that could upgrade a bit here? Oh, Wilson's actually pretty close to being lawful anyway. Barfeth, okay. Oh, that's cool, Sornus. So everybody's trusted to just follow the rules on their own without needing to have a... It's like a, real-time version of the usually turn-based tabletop RPG. That's kind of cool. Oh, right, I have to change the leader in He-Ten's party. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. It's gonna be the princess. Castle. So we lose a... We net lose one cast of Annihilation with this party, I think. Avoid fighting them at night. Interesting. Cool beans. Let's push. We're advising. Yeah. No, I think that making the connection to improv probably helps me a little bit better. I unfortunately played a lot of games, a lot of like tabletop games with people that were not very good to play tabletop with when I was younger. Like, I want to cast Fireball on the town. Like, oh my god, guy, I just want to play the game. We just play the game. Princess, gonna be on march. Yeah, oh, am I still able to get a Lich? We're gonna make Serp into a Lich, I think. We can find an item for it. That just happened during the main story, maybe. Yeah, I'll see. I might rearrange the party later. Yeah, I like playing a healer. The cool thing with healers is that it usually feels like you can do something productive every turn. The worst thing for me in tabletop games is missing. Like, feeling like you wasted your turn. It sucks really bad. OP. I'll try to turn animations on again and get another battle just to see what the priest and princess stuff looks like. Look at Mega Man. Target has been eliminated. We might be lawful enough with 2 super lawful characters. Well, I guess we're outnumbered. There's 2 super lawful and 3 super evils. I go to turn on shit again. There we go. I think I can change equipment in the middle of the game, can I? Like in the middle of the battle. Take a look here in a second. Mega Man Ultra Kawaii. Yeah, I don't think so. It has to be out of battle. It's okay. Curious if there's like an accessory I can equip that would make Mega Man better. I wonder if anyone's found the princess class is part of just like a blind playthrough without reading a guide. It seems really well hidden, which is probably makes sense since it's so broken and OP. And now their alignment's just gonna tank all the way down. Back to pushing. So we kill the immediate threats. Okay, not gonna worry about it then. I think we're buff enough right now. There's like 8 missions left, I think. We said there were 43 scenes, and said this one was scene 35. Dropped from a random battle? Oh, yikes. So you gotta go up and down a lot to try to find it. Well, one of them, Zapdos, was like, you should go to Alba. And I went to Alba, and there was actually a different town we had to go to. Maybe there was somebody in Alba that pointed us to the next step, but this wasn't necessary to get all the way through it. Nice crits. Dark Quest? What the shit is that? Freaking Chimera looking thing over here. Dark Quest. Dark Quest almost like destroying my leader character too. That's not good. Just city and also a whole map. Gotcha. Kill that frickin' Chimera, man. It's pretty nasty. Okay, it's not as nasty in the front row. That's good. Oh, it's a Sphinx? Okay. Yeah, holy shit. I kinda want a Sphinx in my party. We'll see if we bump into one. Yeah, it's sort of moving. That's cool. Oh, right. So how does Love and Peace work? Do you have to use it in combat or something? This is the item that lets you recruit an enemy unit. Was that right? Should probably dupe them, although I doubt. I think I've got... This unit's going to be so super powerful, it's basically going to tank the rest of the game, I think. We're going to try to finish this this session in the organized screen so I can do a little bit more unit management offline. So I think when we take this castle, we'll switch over to Monster Hunter. Oh, it's not one of the items that you can do. I see. You say like from this menu here. So like you use it from the menu, you find someone that's on the map, no matter where they are, and then you try to select a character in their party, I guess. Okay, sure. Who would you typically use it on? I guess some of the Black Knights that you encounter? No group leader. interesting. Huzzah, Sornus. Okay, so if it's a random character, maybe the correct strategy then is to, like, kill everyone in the unit except for the one that you want to recruit and then use Love and Peace on them. Sure. Is there... So since you can't dupe it, then there's a finite number of Loves and Pieces you can find, or you can maybe purchase somewhere? Whoa! Shipwreck in this castle is crazy looking. She's a Gorgon? Oh man. Oh man, look at all these demon monsters. That's pretty sweet. The angels are the one that they have to die, but have a really high alignment and others like luck stats and stuff. Pain in the ass. Hey, what's up, girl? Can't buy it. Guess you don't want to misuse it then. Whoa, freaky music. You guys need to bust out a mirror shield here. Yeah, right? Holy shit. Whoa! Wow. Is there anything I can do about that? Is there like an immunity to petrification thing? I might have to carry off from my save that I made before we started this mission. Good god. And it just acted before we could do anything. That's pretty crazy. I think we're just gonna pick up from that mission next time, like from my save right before coming in here. Holy shit! That's another secret party too. Game over is right. I'm actually gonna go ahead and make a suspend save too. I'll see if there's a way to recover it, we could do the suspend, otherwise we'll just start back from the beginning. Cool. We'll be back shortly with Monster Hunter for you. What's the difference between Monster Hunter 4 and Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate? I just saw that there was a difference at all. Or that they both listed as games on Twitch. One from an earlier system or something? sec here. Let me fix that T too here, one sec. Result. I did not finish the Tetsukabra set. No, I think I'm short by like one item. Go try to do that here. Got a few more minor corrections to make here. One sec. Okay, I think we're all caught up here. Let's do this thing. Most of the single player is low rank and eventually shifts to multiplayer. Gotcha. Alright, so we're back with Monster Hunter. Remember to take breaks. Uh-huh. Sure, Nintendo. Whatever you say. Nintendo and Capcom, I suppose. Well, I've almost exclusively seen that message pop up on games on Nintendo systems, so I don't know if that's something that Nintendo asks for or requests, especially for games that people really, really like to play a ton. Alright. What's up, dude? Okay, so we're just now talking about the concept of these sorts of parts. So, I think we just needed a waste item, I want to say. That's Tetsukabra. So we need mystery bones. And where do I go to get mystery bones? I'm just going to go ahead and grab a quest here. We're going to just be playing single player today. We'll bring back multiplayer next week. We'll get a little bit more of progress in the main game here. Actually remember to eat this time. We're not going to panic about it. We're just going to pick stuff that's got stars next to it. Sounds good, Peter. Just got it off the ground. Yeah, we'll bring back multiplayer next week. I'll also be able to do 2.5 hours so we can fit more time in. Feline fire starter activated. Holy hamburgers! Alright, get the loots. Stone ration, first aid, paintball. Kind of have more of a feel for what I generally want to bring with me. We're just looking for jaggies. Specific zones you can gather from. Take a look here. So what's the name of the map that I'm currently on? Oh, that's cool. Oh, and you get bones at the end. I see. What do they look like on the ground? I mean, that might be a stupid question. Maybe they just look like bones, but maybe they don't. You never know. I need to buy some more, or at least equip some more thingamajigs. Ancestral step. Okay. I think you can see the kitties. Do look like bones. There you go. You never know. You know, maybe it's like a glowing purple mist on the ground or something. Area 6 seems to be the place to be. Should I go in that direction here? Also just going to turn on cat cam for a while because they're being super cute. I could have sworn that I bought a shit ton of pickaxes, but maybe I didn't go and update my item set. We'll do that after this mission here. The 6 is the one that's extending out of the east here. Let me check that first before I fight these jaggy. Those are berries, not bones. Oh wait, cutscene. Oh geez. So sometimes you can fight a giant monster in a mission that doesn't have to do with that giant monster? But they'd only spawn when you pick the specific missions. We've fought these guys before. Is there really... It doesn't seem like there's a lot of reason for me to go to all the trouble of fighting a giant monster that takes a lot longer to kill. In a mission not oriented around it, right? Because I don't get any bonus for going to the trouble. I thought this was 3 jaggy, but maybe I misread it. There we go. I'll take a look in a second here. Questing today. Oh, I guess it is just a great jaggy. I must have misread it. Okay, that works. This is where I could find the bones. I'll have to come back here later on a mission where the solution to the level isn't like right on this. Northern tier. I'll also just go look real quick if I don't have to worry about the thing too much. Looking for bones, girl. Don't actually see him. Oh, is anyone else having issues with game volume? I haven't changed it at all for the 3DS. Cool, thank you for double checking. It looks like I don't see any bones in here right now. I'll worry about it later then. What was up with my character getting super tired there? I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. Yeah, okay. I'll check that out after this, maybe we can find it that way. So I ran low on stamina and continued to try to spend it while I was out. I've run low on stamina before, but I guess I haven't continued pushing beyond what I should be able to handle. Do enemies scale at all? Shit. Do enemies scale at all when you have multiple people in a party? I feel like that guy went down pretty quick. What's up, buddy? They're on the couch and being cute. Oh, I see. Oh, are there single player missions that you can do multiplayer? I guess the whole thing can probably be done multiplayer. Ah, okay, that makes sense. They're just sitting there cleaning themselves if you want to see them again, you know. See you limping. I think I'm gonna have to follow it in there. That's my best bet here. Oh, it just means it went to the next map over this way, probably, right? I haven't been using the paintballs. I gotta get better about it, because I actually have to pay attention and aim them. Hey, hey! Oh, shit. Got too close to the edge there. That's what the stream's all about. It's basically just an avenue for live pictures of adorable cats. Yeah. I haven't practiced using paintballs at all, really. Must not have been the right way. I should have used it. Is there like a agreed upon best time to throw a paintball? Like when you first encounter the enemy? Maybe when you've knocked them down? Or I guess just don't be bad. Like I've been. Top cliff of area 7. Okay. It is a 3-person trigger, but it doesn't reset over any amount of time. So if 2 people tried to trigger it in the past and it didn't actually go through, it doesn't know that. Try checking. I'm guessing it's not in 10. It might be in 5 or 7. Yeah, unfortunately I don't have any way to stop that from happening. Oh, the paintball wears off after 5 or 10 minutes, so maybe don't cast it immediately at the beginning of a fight. Let's see. I don't know if Marty is really enjoying that all that much, Ben. Yay, no falling damage. Seven and 5 are good for bones. While I'm here I can check, but I'll go ahead and do that other mission y'all were talking about. The multiplayer one. Harvest Tour. I'm glad that they have that. It makes me wonder though whether gathering is even really necessary. It's one of those like, okay, well, it's kind of frustrating that players want to gather during a, there we go. During a monster battle. You don't want them to do that. It would be irritating for other players in a multiplayer group, so let's just make a mission that's just gathering. And then they make it that trivial to get those items, like, well, should those items even be something that you have to go for? If it's pretty trivial to get them, it still just requires time and investment. It could just be a holdover thing from the older games. Like, I'm guessing that the very first Monster Hunter probably didn't have a equivalent of a Harvest Tour mission. That seems like a later convenience. Yeah. Nope, so much for that. We gotta get pretty far away to be able to sharpen. We'll do it before the next mission at least. So it may have gone down. I forgot to paintball again. Don't worry, I'll learn it eventually. It takes me like 6 or 7 times forgetting before I get the hang of it. There we go. Oh shit, I didn't do that. Well, that's perfect. Gotcha. And I get it. It's cool. Like, if the whole idea is that you're a hunter, then sure, you should have to go through and gather your own materials for stuff. Fan of it in principle. We want to use a ration here, don't we? Okay, yeah, I'm getting the whole ration stamina bar thing a little bit better. Picked up on it at the same time. And you can fill the stamina bar arbitrarily high, or at least until the obvious maximum over there on the far right side of the screen. Always be rolling, maybe you are. It was kind of fun when I was playing Dark Souls with my sister Robin. I had her pick all of my stat upgrades, so that directed how I was going to play the game. I might see if I can do something like that on Twitch for when we do Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3 to finally get me out of the, you know, katana endurance build. That you just remove the power from me entirely. I'd have to find a way to do it that doesn't slow the game way down though. Maybe we can make a queue that people buy into. Since you don't even get to keep the rations, you may as well max out the bar. If that makes sense. I think I tried 9 yet. Oh, there he is. Disregard. That's better. One of these days I'll get... Every single time I've been in a multiplayer mission, someone has mounted the monster, and I think I've only ever done it a couple times, usually by accident. I'll have to just kind of pay attention to be good enough to trigger it intentionally. Hey, thank you for the follow, Gavin. How are you doing? Happy Wednesday or Thursday to you. Where are you living? Ouch. Oh, there's a subquest. Well, there you go. Pretend like we did that on purpose. As few iframes as possible. Yeah. Well, I could probably do that. I could probably set it up so that there's a queue and it requires sphere points to go into it, and you just, you know, add to the queue whatever stat you want me to upgrade, and we'll just go through that in order. Oops. Yeah, so we'll do it single player. I might do something like rather than do like the first half single player, second half multiplayer. I might do all single player 1 week, all multiplayer 1 week as we get used to it. Yeah, I've done multiplayer in the past, I will be doing it in the future. Check the schedule for Wednesdays for Monster Hunter. Today, though, I just kind of wanted to, since I'm new to the game, pray through it a little bit more carefully. I mean, it just ends up being true that even if you use low-level gear in a multiplayer mission, I could just sit in the corner and punch myself in the head a bunch of times and still win, you know? Whereas in the single player, if I'm not paying attention, I die. A monster bone. Thanks for the paint berry, buddy. Yeah, sounds good. I'll have a queue open for it next week. Okay, kitties, you're just sleeping now, so we'll turn that off. We're gonna try to do this mission y'all are talking about. No problem. This is my copy of Spiky, I believe. That's all we're saying. Alright, let's see if I can find it here. Harvest Tour, Ancient Step. Fantastic. Off we go. So the like NPC Hunters for Hire is a way for you to do multiplayer without actually connecting to the internet if you're stuck and don't have anyone to play with, right? Gotcha, that's cool. Oh wait, no, it's not that he goes with you, he goes on missions for you. That's right, you're explaining this. So it's like garrisons in World of Warcraft, or retainers in Final Fantasy 14. And they go and do missions when the 3DS is turned off, like real time has to pass for them to come back and complete them. Like the town, Farmville kind of mechanic in Bravely Default, Bravely Second. I see. Right, y'all told me that. Gotcha. Do you have to have Monster Hunter as the active game when you close the 3DS, or does it still trigger even if you don't? It's more of this honey. Honey at maximum. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Do you have to be like friends to get a someone's guild card, or like a 3DS friends? Or just play with them online? That's a bug net. Where are the bones? That's like a berry of some kind. You don't have to be a friend. Oh, it's not time-based, it's based on number of completed missions. Ah, okay. That makes sense. That's cool. Okay, I don't see any in Area 6. My little wiki article here says they sometimes spawn here. We'll check the other places, though. Gotta remember to get my pickaxe back. That's cool. Yeah, sorry. It would... In Bravely Default, the way the Farmville game works is that you... like, physical real time has to pass. But in order for it to count that time, to keep you from cheating and setting your system clock forward, Bravely Default has to be the active game. You can't just, like, you know, shut down the 3DS entirely or switch to a different game. This one, there's no real-time passage component. It sounds like it's transitioning based on number of missions completed, so you actually have to play the game. Yeah. I got it now, though. Aha, look at the bones! It's not the bone that we wanted. There's a mystery bone. I think we need one more to get the final Chupacabra piece. Oh, I see what you're saying. Nothing found. Man, quit being so rude. Kick y'all's ass. Dick move, dude. You couldn't carve anything off. Is it because we tried to carve it while the enemy was still despawning? Right, one more mystery bone. You guess an area 7 and an area 9, right? I don't see anything else here. I don't know if I have a quick way to get to 7. I guess this takes me to 5, which can take me to 7. Let's try that. And south. What do we got? Look at the bones. We're praying for mystery bones. You can dodge up cliffs to climb them faster? Interesting. Wait, so it says something about a paw pass ticket. How do I actually end this mission? Or should I just quit to leave? 6, 7, and 9, right. Sure. Does that mean I have to go to the area where the cats are and kick their asses? The paw pass ticket thingy. Oh, I see. So they needed to fit the hey, just go ahead and freely, you know, harvest stuff, but still keep it within the mission ending system that has you getting some kind of item to end it. So going back to the box and selecting the paw pass ticket effectively ends it. Okay. Gotcha. That's kind of cool. It's interesting to me when games develop a system for progression and then play around within that system of progression to do stuff that's creative. It's kind of like they're working within the limitations that they've set for themselves. Right. Right on. I get it. Yeah, so you're really disincentivized from depleting your stamina bar completely. It's not a good idea. It's not like Dark Souls where, okay, just can't do something until it comes back. Tatsukabra hyping. Is there a glamour / transmog system in Monster Hunter Generations? We're still waiting on that. Supplies box, the red box, right? Wait, I'm confused. I thought it said supplies were delivered, that it would be in the blue box? As it said? Oh, there it is, because it gives one for each person. Got it. I'm caught up. Now we get to leave. Cool. Mission ending item. Yeah. Well, it's like they decided that in order to end a mission, you have to obtain an item and cash it in, right? So if they want to make a mission that's not in that style, there is no specific item that they want you to obtain, there is no boss they want you to kill, they have to give you a way to get out of it, unless if they just completely coded in a different way to end missions successfully. Hey, and he got an extra mystery bone too, that's cool. It looks like I got more Zenny than it cost to do that mission. It's like, I guess if you were really being crazy, you could just farm unlimited Zenny, unlimited gathering items with that mission. That makes it seem like Zenny and gathering items are just totally superfluous to what the point of the game is. Just like spend the time doing this. Alright, waste. Faults here. Right, yeah. We might do Celtis eventually, since we have some pieces of it and it looks cool. Okay, so in theory, we've got some kind of like set bonus now for equipping all this stuff. Can I see what the skills do? Is there like a button I can press to look at the meaning for these things? Defense +2, health +3. Under status. Oh, okay. Defense up, so increases defense. Lowers number of items we gather to gathering points. I see. Okay, that's cool. So the point of doing that is getting high defensive armor so we can have less trouble in some of the missions here. I'm gonna try to do everything that has a little quest icon on it for now. I think that works. Oh, I see. I was like, I thought it was said that I had to just kill 3 Jaguar. I was only looking at the subquests. I understand now. Gotcha. This game's pretty cool. Tetsukaber set is good enough to carry you through low rank. I see. I might do a midnight stream of Monster Hunter Generations. When am I going to Australia? I go to Australia the following Wednesday, so maybe we'll do a impromptu Friday night Monster Hunter Generations launch stream if it's coming out on July 15th. Oh yeah, eat before every hunt. Boo. Also get the thing that's in the boxes as well. So I have a map and what have you. I see. That makes sense, Sornus. And it sounds like you should almost never mix and match pieces because the item set bonuses are way too strong. Oh god, so what's wrong with egg quests? I figured there's a lot of quests, so to narrow it down I'm going to pick the ones that I accepted from other people rather than grab ones from just the whole list. So like the ones that have the little yellow icon on them. That's probably worth grabbing the map though if you don't know the level very well. Looking pretty cool. What's her plan here? You can pull the egg out of their butt or something? Maybe they drop eggs when you kill them. Gotcha. Well, there's one egg. Maybe we don't have to. We just have to scare them away. Oh god. You have to carry it all the way back to the entrance? Oh, I see why people don't like it. Oh boy. Okay. Wait, why did it break? What did I do? What the shit? Gotta be kidding me. They just drop eggs when you kill them or something? Or am I hosed on this mission now? Oh, they get scared and drop an egg. Okay. It breaks if you let your stamina drop to 0. Ooh. If you get hit, you drop it. Oh, this is the worst. There are some missions in... if you fall, do you break it too? Like if I dropped off the bottom here? There's some like leave quest missions in Final Fantasy XIV that are pretty shitty like this. If you roll, you drop it. Okay, at least I can climb tiny ledges. Man, forget this noise. And you move really slow. Then you have to walk all the way back without letting any of the Jaggies attack you. It's like a stealth mission. If you drop it, you drop it. If you fall too far, you can drop it. Ah, it's a mechanics question. Alright, well I'm glad I picked it so I learned my lesson. Don't ever accept egg quests because they suck really bad. Not a fan. So armor still lets you run faster with eggs. Let's see. How long have has this type of quest been with the series? one. Oh, if you're doing a multiplayer mission and somebody does one of those knockback abilities on you, you drop it? Jeez. Oh, thanks. Did they do anything to make them less of a pain in the ass? Like, did they give you a bigger reward for doing them? No, about 30 minutes, Grim Tusk. We're not doing any multiplayer today. Just trying to do a little bit more single player to make me a little slightly less bad at it. We'll bring back multiplayer next week. Next week I think we'll just be all multiplayer. Maybe we'll start alternating 1 week single player, 1 week multi. Until I've got a good feel for it, or until Monster Hunter Generations comes out. Wait, is there not actually an exit to the east here? Or I think I just... Yeah, what's with the giant rock? Are they intentionally obstructing me to make this a pain in the ass? I get a feeling that they are. Oh, no, no worries. Fantasy Life is that the game that's kind of like Harvest Moon? Or no, I actually haven't read too much about it. Putting the big rock there, that's great. So you get one egg, you have to go back to probably the same place to get another egg, and you have to walk all the way back. Ugh. Okay, that sounds really cool. I'll have to check it out. I thought that's where the birds were. Okay, there's different maps we can find them on. I guess before, with us scaring them away, they were trying to teach us, freak them out. They'll get so scared they'll shit an egg. Hey, there's a... Oh my god. Now, does the golden egg also count as an egg for the purposes of meeting the level objective? I wonder. Or does this mean that if I turn in the golden egg, that now I have to turn in a golden egg and 2 regular eggs? I have a feeling it's going to be the latter. Oh, god damn it. I was like, I'm just going to run. I totally forgot about the if you deplete your stamina, it disappears thing. Well, that's okay. We don't want to be on this mission for frickin' ever. Oh, all the birds are gone now? They run between maps. Good to know. There you go, the Twitch delay, right?
No, 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 no.
No thanks, I'm good.
Not even carrying any regular rations. Boy. So you would call that stamina bar tiny? It doesn't look that much shorter than the health bar, but maybe it's depleting a lot faster than... Maybe in the context of Monster Hunter, that's quite small. Respawn over time. There it is. I'm pretty tempted to abandon this mission. We're gonna give it one more try. If we drop another egg, I'm gonna be like, I'm good. That was a bummer, though. I love these. Bambi and Rio over here. Am I scary enough to make you shit an egg? No? Not how you do? I see. There's an egg. Did you just butt slam me? Man. Some people's kids. Yeah, no, I got you guys. It's a weird mechanic that I'm not used to yet. It seems like for you guys, you've played so much Monster Hunter that it's like baked into you that that's just what you do, right? You eat before a mission. But it's interesting. It's like if it's always correct to eat before a mission, I wonder why they don't just like prompt you to do it when you go to zone in, rather than have it be another place that you go to. Now, you could argue that it's like a It's like, why do we still print bad cards in Magic the Gathering and Hearthstone? Because part of the fun of the game is realizing what you should always do, what's optimal, and executing on it. This thing's gonna get me. I can feel it in my fingers. I don't like egg missions! Yeah, the stamina meter is pretty similar to Dark Souls. I feel like fewer actions trigger its depletion than in Dark Souls. Pretty much anything you do in Souls is deplete stamina. Yeah. Yeah, the combat's got some very similar ideas. Even their execution of the ideas is quite different, though. Dark Souls is a lot more emphasis on accuracy of input and care taken during input. So you think this is a long enough fall that my egg is going to break? This mission sucks. Give me a sec. It's the Deepbot servers have been on the fritz today. I'll try reconnecting it. Get somewhere where I'm not going to die if I do that. Try now. Maybe in Generations they'll make egg missions fun. Just learned my lesson. Oh, I was so close to depleting my stamina there. Wow. Took a second to look at chat while I was running there. Yikes. So like your stamina spending or regeneration doesn't get any better when the bar is longer, does it? Feels like if I ate one ration I might get an additional like 1 second of continuous running, which I guess is a lot given how fast it regenerates in general, but... There you go. Oh, thanks for the follow, by the way, Gavin. Alright, let's progress. Yeah, no, my plan right now is to pick up Sonic Generations, Monster Hunter Generations. Oh, I forgot to do send to item box. I feel like you almost always want to do send to item box. I don't know why you'd want to take it into your super limited inventory. Yay, Ben leveled up. I think I have pickaxes in my item set. I just haven't actually set it up in a bit. Yeah, I do. I just hadn't selected it. Okay. That means I just auto-stored all the other crap. Go ahead and store the honey too. So I can start harvesting it if I see it. Or I could maybe only have like 5 honey or something. God, so much fucking shit here. Way too much shit. I can see what y'all were saying too, that the inventory is practically, but not quite unlimited. Register 1, there we go. Sounds good. An Italian plumber. He's a really good jumper. Yeah, I feel like they really should just move eating. If it's so correct to do that you should always do it, it should just be a prompt before you embark on a mission. Will do. Never give me an egg mission ever again. Deliver 5 sushi fish. Cool. What causes the main story to progress? Like, you know, moving to new caravan areas and things like that. Is it doing the yellow missions? Like quests in town, you do enough of those? Is it just doing a prerequisite number of missions in a row or something like that? Let's upgrade some shit here. Bone husk times 5. Where do I get bone husks from? Is that a... Let's do the faults here. I see what level I've upgraded it to so far. How do I see how many times I've already upgraded it? Let's see that anywhere. Oh, some quests are key quests. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. I could just do the keep doing what looks fun till we naturally progress solution. Alright, this one's collect sushi fish. Actually go ahead and grab the stuff here. Underneath the items defense. Okay, thank you. Oh wow, I was about to say, is that second ration going to get kind of wasted, but it looks like the bar extends all the way to the other end of the screen. I thought it would go to the end of the health bar. I'm sure there'll be an egg quest that's a key quest. Yeah, I saw the thing about the urgent quests. We saw that in multiplayer. That makes sense. Okay, so before I was like, well, I feel like I've got like a 60% full stamina meter. I think it was because I was comparing it to the health bar, which was also shortened since I didn't eat. So I see now that I was at like maybe 40% of the stamina that I had. It was very tiny. I'm getting it. I think this is how I'm going to learn, guys, is by making mistakes on my own. So we're getting some dropped frames, just heads up. It should repair itself in a little bit. Comcast has kind of been goofy today. We're not disconnecting just yet. Give it about 30 seconds or so. I should probably check 10 before we go to 5, just in case. It's climbing I think we have to do to get there. Wait, is this bones? I guess I'll go ahead and grab them since I don't see them all the time. Yep. Make enough mistakes and it'll eventually stick with you. Exactly. Thank you for the tips though. It'll help to accelerate the rate at which I learn, at least. Did y'all say that these white cats are friendly, so you don't have to try to murder them? Kind of has the feel of a like pseudo-secret area. Quest info, sushi fish. No deets on where to find them. Okay, so you have to look. Have to hunt. I'm pretty early in the game so far. Just recently, the caravan master talked about moving to a new town. Just don't know how or when that's going to happen. Whee! Usually a mission will like pop up with some kind of cutscene when you make it into the right area the first time, right? Or give some kind of audio cue, so it's not like there's sushi fish that I'm totally missing when I'm running around here. I'll know when I get there. Oh, you actually have to go fishing? Oh, well thank you for validating that. I guess I need to go back. That explains why there was a fishing rod in the item box when there usually isn't one. Okay. I thought maybe it was an enemy, like an aquatic enemy in a watery area. But hey, that's how we learn. So if there's something that's not usually in the item box, that's usually the focus of what you have to do for that level, huh? But yeah, see, I didn't even realize this was a gathering mission. Since I haven't tried fishing yet, so we'll go grab that fishing rod and we'll pop over to Area 10. That's one of those things where I wonder if it's just a situation of, like, this is how Monster Hunter has worked forever, so, like, the game doesn't really feel the need to intervene and tell you, this is a gathering mission, you know? You haven't officially had to fish up to this point, so this is where we're going to teach you how it works. Oh, kitties. Eating is for chumps. Oh, I just noticed the quick items on the bottom screen. I might want to change that a little bit. I think the first aid med and ration is probably good. Maybe make it first aid med and whetstone. That way I don't have to assume that's just if I tap that portion of the screen, I get to use that item instead of having to scroll. They're brothers, they love each other. Marty's just sleeping on Ben's head now, using his head as a pillow. Now, how do I know that it needs to be Area 10? Is it just that there's water here? It could also have been Area 6 that also has water in it. Sushi fish bait. They're gonna be like a gathering node that I have to move to? Okay. Oh, I can see the fish swimming. I got it. Does the fish physically come up and grab it? Okay, I see. Okay. So it's only like slightly more involved than any other kind of gathering. I see. Bummer. So can you eventually tell what kind of fish you're going to catch based on what they look like in the water? I don't think we wanted the anchovy or the tuna. Hey, there's a golden fish. And I'm trying to tell if you can you aim the line at all, like using the camera? Or is it just the way you're facing? So this is a golden fish, or no, I guess not. Fish are all used, I guess they all are probably used in like item combining and crafting. You're out of 5. The fact that we're getting all these shitty fish that we don't need doesn't really matter. I haven't caught one of those red ones yet. Just for your standing, okay. So it'll always go directly in front of whatever way I'm facing, where I'm standing. There's a sushi fish. Okay, so the red ones. Got it. Didn't see which one was the golden fish. Bullets for gunners. I know, right, Cucumber? I think I'm probably going to stay away from fishing missions and egg missions in the future. This one I picked it because it was a yellow quest, like from one of the people in town. If you're watching and you happen to know that an egg mission or a fishing mission is progression, let me know and I'll do it. It's the 2 golden fish, right? How many of those do we need? Oh, because I have to turn them in when I exit. Okay, I was wondering why it wasn't increasing the counter. Oh, am I not using that bait right now? Thought that was just on. Okay, we'll try that in a second. Oh, I press Y instead of A, and that makes it so you only draw sushi fish. I get it now. Gotcha. Sure. But I only get 2 shots at that, right? Because that's how much came with me when I went into the level. You guys gonna eat it? Or did they already try to eat it when I was looking away and now I'm hosed because they ate my bait? Get a feeling it's the latter. That's too bad. You lost your bait. Well, Jiminy. Yeah, thanks to folks for being careful not to give anything away. Mechanic stuff you're welcome to continue telling me about, and I'll probably explicitly ask you if I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah, well, I wonder if that's unique to fishing, but that's true. Like Dark Souls, this game doesn't really have music outside of when you're actually doing a boss fight or a monster hunt. Right, Cucumber. Yeah. Yeah, finding out the cool monster mechanics is kind of what I'm looking forward to mostly from playing this game. Like, I really like the shark one that like buried or burrowed underneath the ice. It's pretty awesome. There we go. Yeah, I've got headphones on right now, and it's pretty much like water running and a cat making irritated sounds. But I think it's like the Dark Souls approach. If we're going to reserve music for things that are exciting instead of having ambient music all the time, which I think works for Dark Souls because that game is kind of dark. But since this game is about fun, I feel like almost more than anything else, they could probably get a composer to come in and do some just ambient background noise. Hey, there we go. Fishing done. First try. Should have sort of triggered the "Here we go" sound effect when we started fishing there.
We've got this, Marstead. Where? Ow. Where? First try.
I think they could make a game called Dark Souls and not have it be dark, though, right? It's got a very gritty, grim feel to it. I mean, Monster Hunter has a very different tone than I expected it to have going into it. I thought it was going to be a bit more serious, but, you know, cat people and... the whole UI is generally very silly. A lot of the systems of the game are quite silly. It doesn't really take itself too seriously. So when I say dark, I guess I should say severe or intense or not jokey. I think we have to turn in the subquest first, right? There we go. I still want to play a like really, really colorful, bright, and cheery game that's in tone, but like the way that it plays is exactly the same as Dark Souls. It's just as hard. But there's like rainbows and sunshine and happy cloud and monsters and $45 food puns, pretty much. That's a lot of extra fish. If you want them, I got some armor sphere too. So armor spheres seem to me like that's kind of a persistent form of progression. Not exactly the same as experience points, but it seems like you get them pretty frequently for completing quests. And if you're not, you know, really wildly changing up your armor set, it's a good way to keep getting slightly stronger from fight to fight. Okay, I see the level indicator now. Try to get everything caught up to 4 here. Oh, I see, and eventually it requires an armor sphere plus to go higher. Gotcha. That's cool. So like Titanite shards, chunks, and so on. Right. Bravely second dropping food stuff every 5 minutes. You can mine armor spheres? Oh, I guess that's not quite what I thought it was going to be then. Yeah, I like both approaches. Games that don't really take themselves seriously and games that expect to be taken seriously, like the Souls series. I have the eyebrows, but you've got the talents. Yeah, I would like, you know, do you want to eat prompt right before you start a mission, and also a item set prompt, because I feel like what you really want is to revert to your old item set preferences every single time you go to start a mission. So it's just like this checklist of things you have to do before you embark. Okay, let's start doing the rest of these. Because we're going to end up doing every mission except the one that we need to progress. That's okay. Slay 5 jackies. What movie was super good? I think I missed the line that actually mentioned the film. Oh, Lego Movie. Yeah, that movie is fantastic. I can't recommend it enough. If you haven't seen it yet, you should fix that. Go watch it. Forgot to eat again, didn't I? It's okay. I was just talking about it too as I was forgetting to eat. I checked my item set though. Oh, there's an item box next to the exit? Okay, that's helpful at least. Yup, sure did. Yeah, if you can get your hands on the Lego Movie, I think it's worth watching. It's very, very, very well done. It's also quite funny. One of the sound effects we have is from that film. Modified slightly. Got an all-star voice actor cast, too. But see, that's why there should be a prompt to ask you to eat when you leave for a mission. It shouldn't have to be something that you have to trigger manually. Some kind of monster hunting caveman in this very primal setting. The only thing that might draw me away from the sword and board is that even though it's kind of nice for a noob to use, it's also very, very low skill cap. Like, I don't feel like I can improve significantly. It's like, am I pressing the X button or am I pressing the A button? And all the other weapons feel like there's a pretty big gulf between optimal play and just kind of pressing attack, which I like. But maybe we'll upgrade this on a little bit further, see how we feel about it. I might try a different weapon when we do Monster Hunter Generations in a few weeks. Just the Jaggy. Oh, so those were Jaggy. Okay. So the Mama ones then. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of the team. You know that's a Lonely Island song? The full theme has them rapping over top of it. There's some bones. Look at the bones. Hey, 2 mystery bones. Beautiful. Positioning, strategic use of items, since you can use items more safely. I got you. Oh, I didn't realize that it was balanced in such a way that there's certain, like, correct attack chains to use. I thought maybe there's, like, maybe one attack chain would be better in certain situations. Have a slower recovery time or something like that. Kind of like Dark Souls, like the difference between the R1 and the R2 attack. But I think I follow you. So you can use items in combat, but you can't carve in combat with the sword and board, right? How many hits is it 5 hits to trigger the A combo? 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Oh, it's the one that has you like backstab? I see. Oh, there's a charge attack? Huh. No carving? You're saying if you X, 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 A? That move right there? Oh, it does different things based on the direction you press. I see. Is that the full combo right there where I'm not pressing a direction forward? That makes sense. Okay. I didn't realize that. Jump slash. So what's the ideal combo then? Like, is it AAA, like all neutral? AA back A or something? I guess the jump slash is nice because it gives you a chance to mount, right? Gotcha. Where are all the Jaggies at? I think I got one more that I need to kill, right? Yeah, okay. Sure what maps they spawn on. I think I saw one on 8 before when we were doing a previous mission looking for something. Try going over that way. RX, XX. Oh, and then you just go back A, back into RX. Hmm. backslash. Right. He says that just as often in Xenoblade Chronicles as he does in, there's the last one. Smash Brothers. The fact that you just detailed such a complicated combo, there's definitely more to the combat that I was appreciating. I didn't realize that the combos went that deep. That's cool. That's something that I can practice without actually hitting an enemy. No, I didn't mean to use that. That's okay. They'll go away when I leave the mission anyway. It's Rhine time. It's always Rhine o'clock. So we're doing RX, XX, A, back A. RX, X, X, A, back A. I see. Oh, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, you'd have to like almost make that muscle memory, I think. Starting with RX keeps you in place. Oh, interesting. Okay. Hold A longer. How many things do you actually have to hold for a long time? Like, does that always change the combo path if you choose to hold rather than tap? Okay, and that's unique to back A that you want to hold it down for a while? Interesting. That's going to take me a while to get used to. Who is the very last mission I'm going to pick, isn't it? I guess it could also be the expedition she's talking about. Kelly coins. I see. Gotcha. Cool. Oh, this is an item box? I didn't even notice it since it was a different color. You just go up there, hit item sets, spam the button and move. Sure. That low skill ceiling isn't necessarily putting it down. Like, sort of like you play Overwatch, there are lots of characters that have different skill ceilings. We're killing the Kelby again. Is there a place that I can go to like see pictures? Maybe this is it. Oh. Why does it say no data? I would love to be able to like look up, okay, I've killed a Kelby before, so if I look in the monster list I can see what they look like. I assume it's those bug monsters, I think. Well no, it's a Kelby horn, so it has to be something that has a horn. It's not those things I just skipped, is it? Or these guys? I could just Google it. These deer guys. Deers, goats. Oh, can I force it to carve rather than gather? Or am I just hosed if it dies on top of a gathering point and I'm full of that thing? Yeah, it's pretty messed up. They're too cute to die. They just get stunned. There's one. Alright. And do these little guys respawn occasionally like the dodo birds were doing earlier? Thanks for trying, Pen. Hosed. Okay, don't kill them on top of gathering points. Got it. Thank you for using my terminology. Oh, so if I just chill here for a while, they'll just keep spawning until I get the 5 that I need. Oh man, this mission is like the epitome of collect 5 bear asses in an MMO. It's interesting. It's like a massively single player offline game, except when you play it online, it's kind of instance Diablo style. Now, did they respawn without me leaving the map? I think one just did. Could probably just stay here indefinitely until I luck out enough to get the 5 horns. There's 2. Okay, it's actually only 3 horns, so it's not so bad. 1 more. All the bear-ass quests are front-loaded, I see. Yeah, I guess now I'm learning like what sorts of missions I want to avoid. Yeah, it's definitely the hunt large monster ones are the ones that I'm a fan of. Like, that's the cell of Monster Hunter. Do they ever respawn in my vision? Do I have to like look away for them to reappear? Perfect. I guess it makes sense. It kind of gets you used to the mechanics. Do they still have lots of fight the small monsters, or are the small monsters mostly relegated to like sub-objectives in a mission that's mostly about killing the big ones? There's one. Oops. Where are you at? Where did it go? There you go. Nice boomerang hit. Link the cat over here. Okay, we'll see. At this point, since I'm going to be switching to generations when it comes out, I'm not too worried about it. Mostly subquests, I see. Oh, okay. Kill 8 Kelby. Kind of like a consolation prize if you get unlucky with drops. I wonder why it doesn't mark the items that you've collected as... You have to like manually look in your item pouch to see whether you've collected enough. I'd love to see Capcom make an iteration of Monster Hunter that doesn't really add any new mechanics or add any new monsters or anything, and just focuses on quality of life improvements. Like you'd see in a patch for an MMO. Maybe that's kind of what they're doing with Generations, but... Skinning live animals. That's how we do. I feel like they're like, oh, we can't have you kill the Kelbies. They're too adorable. So instead we're going to skin them alive. That's our solution. The Buffalo Bill solution. Okay, let's catch these in here. What's this effect on my character here? Like the smoke coming out of me constantly? What does that mean? Maybe that's what they're doing then. Instead of it being a quality of life game, it's a feature game. Like, we don't really have the development resources to spend adding a bunch of new monsters and maps and content, so let's reuse a lot of that and like come up with a bunch of new feature ideas. Which is cool too. You get patches in MMOs that are like that as well. Alright, Cucumber. Dude, it's... Maybe what needs to happen is, maybe Blizzard needs to make their take on Monster Hunter. It seems like they've kind of created a genre. I've heard about all sorts of games that are supposed to be Monster Hunter-like. Since it's such an institution in Japan, as y'all say. So it would be pretty tits if Blizzard was like... Or Blizzard or Valve. They're both really good at saying, hey, this is a cool genre, let's like boil it down and make it super kick-ass and streamlined and convenient. And remove all of the cruft and bullshit that's not so fun. Can only dream. So I gotta find bone husks. Got everything that's not. Everything's at armor surplus now. Probably get that in the next area. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm with you. It's a lot of unrealized potential. Oh, okay. Yeah, so maybe do we have to ever have to do an expedition to progress the story? Is that maybe what's going on here? Huh. Rare. Ian Cuckoo. Was I supposed to eat before I picked depart on expedition? I thought it would still put me over to the map that I have to walk over to. Now I know. Bummer. I don't think that that's how Blizzard would do it. Hearthstone is the way it is because it's a collectible card game, right? And collectible card games are about RNG at their core. But Overwatch is pretty free of RNG. It's totally enjoyable without any of the cosmetics or loot boxes or things. Since it's all cosmetic and not important to progression. Maybe it's Expedition. We'll see. Yeah, it's kind of cool though to see the potential that it has and wonder, like, imagine what kind of things could you do to really improve on the formula. Anyway, some, you know, AAA developer taking a lot of years to put together a really polished. This is basically Monster Hunter, but we removed everything that sucks. That would be really cool. Because even like, what's the game? Heroes of the Storm takes the MOBA and says, let's remove everything from MOBAs that's complicated bullshit. That, sure, there increases the skill ceiling, but it's also like an input tax and is frustrating for the player, like last hitting and the shop, and bring about experience for individual characters versus your whole team. Well, not Activision. The fact that Activision owns Blizzard, Activision doesn't really put out good games, I don't think. They put out frequent games. And I feel like that's their business model. I'm trying to think if there's another developer that's kind of like their forte is, let's find an existing genre and try to clean it up. Yeah, right, Spiky? That could be really cool. I think this one is what we need to progress for. Carabineer is like talking to me on a walkie-talkie or something. Call me on my cell phone. Can I not target this guy? Apparently not. There we go. Ouch, tail sword. Working on this whole combo thing, bear with me here. I keep thinking that I've got like a Z targeting sort of system, but it's not really like that. You can trigger your camera to face it once, but you can't hold it. Oh, is my sharpness meter really low or something like that? Oh, is that what's happening? I don't really see the bouncing off mechanic. That's new. Oh, that attack. I see. That animation right there. I grab a mini wets? Oh, you don't get them in this kind of mission. Okay. I'm totally gonna get hit in the middle of that. Ben, distract him. Whoa, you get to spit fire? Man. Guy over here like hamburger helper. Ouch. You show him your lance technique, Ben. And tail swipes. Yeah, it's gonna take me a while to upgrade my weapon, I think. I don't know... One of them requires a Celtis, which I don't think I can fight by myself for a while. The other one is some kind of bone thing, and I don't think it's something that I can harvest from the bones on the map. It's not from what I've seen so far. Ouch. Get knocked back, that really blows. It's only when I'm hitting certain parts of his body, though, so I don't know. Maybe not. Yeah, so what causes the bouncing? Is that like certain parts of the combo, or hitting a certain part of his body that's got more armor on it or something? I like the mechanic in principle. It's like kind of an anti-stagger. Oh, have I? What's Celtis? Which one is that? It'd be cool if they had like a little cartoon next to the names of the items and stuff, so you can remember, oh, Tetsukabra's this one, Jaggy's this one, and so on. And you all just learn the names eventually too, but they have those cool little pieces of sprite art. Parts of the body and sharpness. Oh, the big bug monster? Okay, yeah, I could do him again. He wasn't so bad. Flies around. Be nice to do with a ranged weapon, maybe. Come here, buddy. I feel like I would like Monster Hunter quite a bit if they moved to a model where... Oh shit, doesn't get to me easily. Just barely in time. Still got hit, but that's okay. They moved to a model where enemies have about 10% as many hit points, but they deal 10 times as much damage. But that's basically asking for Dark Souls, right? Where it's like, you know, execute well, only attack when you have an opening. You're gonna die if you're not really, really, really careful. There's those iframes in the dream. Token hit me. It's okay. Can't all these mirrors. Certain parts are sturdier. Yeah. That's a neat mechanic. I like it. So I can't even hit him in the face at all. His face is really well armored, but his legs, not so much. Is there a... Certain parts of the body is essentially a hardness rating or damage and sharpness. Now, do certain attacks, like does RX have a different sharpness modifier than just regular X, for example? Get my wish about damage. Very good. Just fly away. Oh, that is high on the list of things I ain't trying to hear. I ain't even paintball it. Nothing on Sword and Shield has a sharpness modifier. Oh, there's a bunch of regular bullshit in here too. Fantastic. Yeah, I've got forever to go on this thing too, since my sharpness is so bad I can't really damage it reliably. Hitting it in the butt seems to be working okay. Ben, you're really good at dodging his attacks. I'm very proud of you for that. Ouch. I'm glad to know about that bouncing mechanic. It would have just made me feel like I was hitting him wrong. Wow, this is really taking forever. Like, no, it's just because my weapon's not good enough. I see, sure. Same with the dual blades, if you're doing a lot of small hits, so the bounces aren't that bad. Gotcha. So there's less punishment for using them. Whetstone when we get a second here. I guess we can kind of force his hand into certain moves if we get far enough away from him. Maybe that's what the goal is here. He tends to use that fireball attack and then he gets tired at the end of it if we're smart about it. To be able to get some free damage on him. I didn't think about doing that. You can kind of do that in Dark Souls as well, like take advantage of the AI appears to do this at this distance, and that's the attack that I can most well punish. Get somewhere I can heal. This is my last bit of healing, though. Keeps doing this anyway, jeez. What's the little exclamation point on Ben right now? I'm gonna try to stop it from fleeing by fighting a bunch here. But I also don't want to die, so hold up. Oh, that's cool. I don't have to hold the R button to use quick use items on the bottom screen there. That's helpful. If I have the shortened shield out, that is. Shit. I really don't want to be dealing with these things too. You want to flee, now's the time to flee, buddy. I guess they're not too bad. That's cool that the monsters damage each other as well. Oh, that's a super grab. Put the Mega Potion on the bottom screen in the future too. Help out a little bit. Gotta learn what range he falls at, so I can be far enough away to get him to fall. Oh, that could have been some free damage. That's my bad. That went pretty well on the whole. Recreate that would be pretty nice. What's up with something landing on the ground below his butt there? Alright, and then when your sharpness goes down, it makes you bounce even more, which is really the reason to whetstone. Does sharpness affect the amount of damage dealt per hit as well? It's hard to tell with there not being a lot of like floating damage numbers. Come on, just gotta get somewhere where I can sharpen. Calm your face. There we go. Having them kill each other. It's pretty awesome. Go see whatever this item is real quick. I'm curious. Who reports me to go? Come on, dude. You can charge me. I know you want to. There you go. Wait, nope, that's not charging. I just noticed how low I am on stamina from this fight going on forever. Is there anything I can do to help that since I didn't get any rations this time? Maybe I just need to start packing some rations. Oh, you get a damage penalty as well. Let's see. Might end up losing this just based on... Well, I guess I don't really need the stamina. I'm not running constantly. My normal attacks aren't really consuming it significantly. Or at all, really. What's the A move does? Hold on 1 second. I'm getting a phone call. Dang it. It's from Andrews. Gotta take it. Shopping question. Now it's limping, so we might actually win this one. I was starting to get worried. I used almost all of my resources here. The sharpness problem is seriously a problem. Yeah. It usually doesn't call much. You need to know what we had in the fridge. She doesn't really peruse it often. No, I might stay away from Mighty Number 9. I'm curious to see if Inafune makes any attempt to fix it. So I feel like I'm bouncing back less, but maybe I'm just making that up. Like, as you progress through the fight, does their parts of their body get weaker and don't have quite the same hardness rating? Oh, never mind. I think I was just having a lucky streak there. Oh, you can eat raw meat as a last minute? Okay, I might consider that. So it may have gone back one more step. I see, just slightly disappointing. Doesn't look like it went this way. When it says the monster got away, does that mean that it permanently got away and all that time was basically wasted? Oh, god damn it. So what are my options then? Just like quit the level? Wow. That's kind of a shitty mechanic. I don't know if I like that at all. Like, that's the equivalent of like an enrage timer, you know, it's like if you spend 20 minutes to kill an enemy, that should take you 10 minutes, and then that's your punishment, is that you spend so much time on it. So then also making it's like, oh, all that time you spent trying to kill it, that was a waste. Go to the end of the map. Okay. I guess that, so when it says the monster is trying to run away, that's like a time limit indicator. It's like, okay, you've got 5 minutes to finish it off before you're hosed. Oh, that's funny, Serpent. Gotcha. I like the concept of an expedition. Oh, how do you eat the raw meat instead of leaving it as bait? They'll just go to a different area of the map and they won't actually run away from you. That's good. Yeah, bugs will happen. There's a pretty big difference between didn't play test at all and didn't catch a weird bug.
Here.
Hey, is everything okay? sorry about that. We're good. Polish the battered armor. Yeah, no, I hear you, Serp. People were expecting it to be freaking amazing, and it sounds like it's just pretty good. So maybe they're setting their expectations a little bit too high with an Afane team. Yeah, it got away. It was a pretty big bummer. Now I understand that mechanic, though. When it gives you that message, it's basically just a time limit. Okay, cool beans. I think we needed this to progress. They made it sound like it. Later, Retro. Thanks for hanging out. See you next time. She's going to a work picnic tomorrow, so she's making this dip that uses, the company's name is Knops Soup Mix. It's like a spinach artichoke dip. It's really good. Oh, that's cool. So you get a rusted item, and there's something you can do to make it not rusted, which makes it better. Celtis will now show up in expeditions. Huh. I wonder why. Maybe it's just a random benefit of doing expeditions versus doing normal quests. It looks like that's what we needed to progress. Bike? Catch a Watcher recently said, harvest and wrench. It works. Urgent quest. Oh boy. Cool. Okay, so this time I'm gonna get some rations in my item set, I think. Try to make some more potions too. I don't know how much I can make with my current setup. Yeah, Grimtusk, that's what I was saying. It's like it's sort of like when I talk about on stream a lot about how like you don't need to be aggressive with your death penalties in games, because often dying is a penalty in and of itself. And there's a balance to be reached there. Like, you don't want to make it so there's absolutely no penalty at all for death. Otherwise, you kind of run into the corpse running problem, where you just throw your corpse at a problem until you solve it. I don't think you want that either. But that's basically the same as an aggressive death penalty, that it's punishing you when you've already kind of been punished and it took you so long to fight it in the first place. How many rations here? So that's the well-done steak. Oh, are rations just a thing you get from boxes? There's different kind of foods, like steaks you have to bring. I only have a few of these, so... Got raw meat, but I don't need that. I haven't gotten quest filled, though. Oh, that's cool. Do you get, like, random, skills on them as well, Sornus? I was trying to wrap my head around. Usually the word skill implies, like, an active ability, but it looks like almost all of the armor skills are passives. Should I, like, spend some time crafting a bunch of steaks at some point, too? Yeah, so what would make you fail aside from, like, getting killed by the monster? That would be frustrating, too. Like, if you spend 20 minutes trying to kill a monster and die in the 19th minute. Topple monster while mounted. Shut up and take my Zenny. Man, meme masters over here. Dying 3 times in the mission. Okay, gotcha. We'll see how this one goes. I might have to stop in the middle. Yeah, my family's still in town until tomorrow morning, so I don't want to hold them up too late. We got 12 minutes. We'll see what we can do with 12 minutes. Yeah, I wonder what you can do instead, like maybe significantly let you finish the mission, but just remove the material reward from it. Or reduce the material reward if removing it isn't feasible. Sonic Bomb. So like the fact that they're giving me a Sonic Bomb and a Nullberry means that that might be useful for this particular mission, so I should think about bringing them. Oh, running out of time, that sounds awful. Yeah. Yeah, if the time limit's so huge, like, I wonder why they even bother having it. Like, what's the design impetus behind it, you know? I don't know what that affords them. I guess it's helpful in that they don't accidentally create a monster that's like Absolute Virtue, the 13-hour. Actually, I think it was a very, very long boss fight in Final Fantasy XI that required people playing in shifts to beat it. And by putting a time limit, they keep themselves from doing that, but they could also just do that internally, you know? Some monsters are sensitive to loud noises. I see. Where do you get factoids about monsters? You just kind of... Is that something that you just notice from playing and trying things out, or is there like ways you can scan enemies to see what their weakness is? Like, oh, this monster doesn't like loud noises. I think I remember fighting this thing. Oh, no. I don't remember what area it was in though. I'll just check everything. Good against monsters that burrow underground. Does it make them surface? Sure. Experience and community research. Sure. That's kind of cool. It's one of those things where, like, I feel like a lot of modern games would try to put that information into the game through, like, codexes or something similar. But there's something to be said for, like, you know, playing a bunch of Monster Hunter games and knowing that, oh, I've seen this particular giant monster before, I know it's weak against sound. It's kind of like in comic books, right? Like, you start to get a feel for the weaknesses of your favorite heroes and villains, to the point where the comics don't have to keep reiterating that, they just kind of count on you knowing it. So you feel more of a connection to the series when it's not quite as explicit. You've had to figure it out on your own. But it also increases the barrier to entry. Here they sort of have de facto conveyance that this thing doesn't like sound. I guess it's got giant ears, and also the item showed up in the box at the beginning. Well, I'm seeing a lot more of what this monster can do in single player. In multiplayer, we just kind of saw it roaming around, and I think everybody else just kicked its ass without me having to contribute too much. Understanding its animations a little bit better. I don't have to actually hit it, unfortunately, so far. I don't think I've hit it once. Oh, that's how we got it to fall down. Cool. I only get 2 of them. Do that for now. Oh, it spits shit at you? That's not cool. I only get 2 chances to knock it down with that. I don't know if there's another way for me to knock it down. Oh, it's just on the top level. I have to climb up to it. Okay, can do. gotcha. For sure. Well, it's interesting that a game that's like fundamentally meant to be played multiplayer, it feels like it seems really, really important that you play it single player quite a bit before you delve too much into the online, especially when it's been out for a while, like this one. There's a Mega Potion. I'll wait to Sonic Bomb again until it goes downward. Ah, okay. So that could hit really hard if we charged it correctly. Still working on it. I feel like I don't have the enemy standing in one place long enough for me to pull off a big combo like that. It would have to be like when I've got it on its back or something, you know? The jump strike only works when you're using it as part of a combo, right? Okay, I got it that time. That's cool. Hey, that worked pretty well. Could do that again. Haha, cool. There, and we got the subquest. Fantastic. 2, 3. Oh, gross. Yeah. I see. That makes sense. It has the biggest risk reward, too. What's with him putting his ears over his face? That's really awesome looking. Attempt to use an item all cleverly didn't really work. Let me try to use a whetstone here. Nope, no luck. Flies at you. It's a really cool animation change. I don't think I saw him use that at all in the online version of this fight. So I wonder if I can knock him down by climbing up this wall. Oh wait, no. That's not really what we want to do. Maybe we can drop down on him though. Ha! Okay. Thanks, Ben. Good looking out, buddy. So that jump strike, that is like the A finisher, so to speak. I'm working on the charge part of it. Jeez, flew away. Dick move, buddy. Sure. Yeah, I got you, Sornus. A finisher is the round slash. I maybe could have gotten him out there. I wish there was a visual indicator to tell you if you could mount an enemy or not. I don't know that there really is. Big hit there, I think. How do you guys feel about adding, like, if not hit point totals for monsters, like floating damage numbers for attacks? Are there people who like, just do a ton of research and try to figure out the equivalent of damage numbers for weapons, even though the game doesn't display them? I feel like not showing you the hit point total is kind of cool. You're relying more on animations than on just a number. It doesn't just become looking at hit bars, but... Jump slash can be used after any X or A. They feel nice. Your attacks feel weightier. I guess you get the slightly bigger blood splatter when you landed something. Hey Pi, how you doing? Thought that might be enough to land a mount, but I guess not. This thing's actually kind of kicking Ben's ass too. I'm usually pretty good about it. Ah, clutch interrupt on my jump strike there, dude. Butt. There we go, knocked him on his butt. Oh, it's got pretty good knockback, I see. But you can't keep him chain knocked back, it looks like. There's folks in chat who played it before, they'll know the references too. Yeah, still I'm not quite sure on mounting exactly how I'm going about making it, forcing it to happen. There we go. Oh, you can push through and keep doing that even, I see. Gotta use another whetstone here, hold up. I think he went out this way. Setups that chain flinch monsters. Gotcha. That's not what we meant to do at all. Hey, dude. Can you guys tell, those of you who are more familiar with this game, whether this monster is like anywhere near being down? I don't think so. Keep jumping back, buddy. Yeah, I'll run over by a couple minutes. We can go over to 5 after, then we'll switch. Run away again? Wow. Must be close then, right? How close to dead is limping? Oh, so it's not limping yet. When it runs, does it get any health back at all? Or only if you find it sleeping? Always jumping right when I use my jump strike. There we go. Hooray! I've never played it before, so I'm just doing mostly single player. Open it up to multiplayer every so often. We might just do more single player next week, Wednesday. I think it's kind of fun to get through some of these fights on my own. But maybe splitting it up, like half of it is single player, half of it is multiplayer will be fun. I'll open a queue for it next week, possibly. So just keep an eye on that section at the bottom where it says multiplayer queue. If that's not grayed out, then I'll be letting some new folks in. Cool. Yeah, so thanks everybody for tuning in. It's about time. If you're just here for Monster Hunter, we'll return. Wednesday is our free play day to play games that are primarily multiplayer. Keep an eye on the schedule. Next week we might do a little bit of mix of single and multiplayer. If you want to check out what else is going on, tomorrow is Skies of Arcadia. Friday we're going to be playing Dark Souls 2. continuing our blind playthrough of the Souls series. You can go to games.marsted.com to get a list of all the titles that we've played so far on Twitch, and go to vote.marsted.com to vote for the next game. Let me find somebody to throw a host to. I'm sure we can find somebody playing Monster Hunter. That's a lot of stuff for this mission. Holy shit. Yeah, good night, guys. Thanks for hanging out. And we'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, time flies, right? Yeah, let's do Eternal Hazard. Just started streaming. Hop over, say hello, boost your numbers a bit. And see you guys for Skies of Arcadia and Dark Souls. Night.